What's going on, Joseph? I see there is a lot of snow there in Finland. How are you making out, good buddy? Are you just under that much depression that you just blanked me out of the screen? You're not even gonna say hello to me? No. Come back in here. Oh, I removed you. I added you to the stream. What's up, Josie? I can just see just about see the front of your hat. You know
Aye,
what,
aye.
man? I feel really bad for you. Like
Right.
all that 27 degrees Celsius, negative 27 degrees Celsius. That's pretty cold, dude. Pretty cold. I hope you got that heater going on in that office. But you know what? We got a little podcast to do. So you know what? I got to just run this intro.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 109 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and joining me in the frozen tundra of Finland with negative 27 degrees Celsius weather is my good buddy, the village idiot, JQ, aka Beaker. He's gone in the background while I do my little intro spiel here. What's up, everybody? I hope you guys are doing well. We had two big races this weekend. We're going to probably talk about SIC the most. Tonight, we do have a live with myself and Chris Nelson, and about to talk about his TNR race and his fuel and all that stuff. So it'll be me, Wally, and he has a special announcement to make, Chris does. So tune in tonight at 8 p.m. EST. Yeah, good stuff, man. I don't know, man. We're going to talk a bit about SIC. We had Barry Baker, the fabulous one, on this week, and honestly, I only meant it to be like 1.5 hours, but it ended up being 3 hours of us chatting. So we're kind of going to keep it. We're not going to go too. Joseph and I are going to keep our part to a minimum this week, maybe an hour. We don't want you guys having to have a 5-hour podcast. No, do we? But yeah, great talk with Barry Baker. I'm glad he came on. We went all over the place, but we kind of went back on track. But I knew that's how it would be with Barry because he has so many stories. So thank you for his time, and it was a great chat. Before I go on any further, I would like to say thank you to everybody that basically just supports us, man. Thank you to all the No Name RC podcasts around the world. We can't do it without you guys, honestly. Thank you for the support. Keep liking our Facebook page, following us on Instagram. Please go to our YouTube channel. We're almost at 600 subs. We might be at 600 now. I have a video planned for this week. I should be able to do it tomorrow, Friday. And just you guys kind of need your support with that YouTube channel. We have 3,100 likes on Facebook. So I think we should have 3,100 subs on YouTube. So if you can do that, please go ahead. Check out Joseph's video. Him and I did a great video. And Ryan Salz Harris, Joseph, and myself did a video, part 1 this week. Last week, sorry. Go check it out, JQ Racing TV. It was good. It's getting a lot of good, positive feedback. And yeah, check that out. So check out JQ Racing TV as well. Shout out to all the patrons of the NNRC. You guys actually got early release of the Barry Baker interview yesterday. So congratulations to you guys. Thank you for the support. You guys help keep these bills paid. Honestly, if you can support the podcast a little bit extra and donate $5, $10, we greatly appreciate it because honestly, we really want to use this Patreon money to start traveling to races later on this year. So thank you to the patrons, and I greatly appreciate you guys' support. Shout out to the awesome sponsors of the podcast. Mayako, our title sponsor, they dropped the video yesterday. Great video, but we're still no closer to knowing what they actually are. But it's a great video. Go check them out at mayako.com, on mayakoofficial.com, and I believe on Facebook and Instagram. I'm probably mixed that up like I do a lot of things. But check them out. Their competition was over on Friday, I believe, and they said stay tuned. They have more information. A lot of people are getting really anxious to see what this is. So I don't know. Maybe they need to announce what they actually are here soon. We will see. Shout out to Beach RC, man. Greatly appreciate it. They were at SIC this weekend. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, everybody that went. Check out Beach RC, Brick and Mortar Hobby Shop. We do have an affiliate link. If you can use that, it's greatly appreciated. Tekno RC, thank you for being a long-time sponsor. Tekno had a great weekend at SIC, man. We're gonna talk about that a little bit more. I mean, they got the truggy win, but man, they didn't get the pro buggy win, but they were squatted up and made a great showing at SIC. Shout out to RCMX online news website, JQ Racing. It was so good to see the tents all set up nice at SIC and the pits looking good. 4 tents up, everything done properly. Thank you to everybody that attended the SIC race. Special shout out to Tony Scarcella, Mike Walker, and Mitch Watson for bringing the tents along with them and helping get everything set up. Thank you guys. It looked really badass. And congratulations to everybody that attended. Sun City RC Raceway. Joey Showers, Corbin Showers, Christian Showers, great people there in El Paso. Got a badass track. Check them out when you can. Check them out on Facebook. Manscaped.com, one of our sponsors of the RC News. Hey, you know what I say about Manscaped.com? Cut through the jungle to find your manhood. So check them out. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, another longtime supporter of the podcast. You want traction? You want tire sauce? Check them out, man. They're really popular in the oval RC dirt oval scene, and they're trying to gain some traction in the off-road scene. Check them out. Show them some love. Use the promo code NNRC in all caps and save 10% off your order. It helps the podcast and shows Papa Willie some love. Racecraft USA, my boy Chase. Yeah, dude, them guys were at the TNR race killing it. I saw pictures of the command module everywhere. Well done and I believe one of the Racecraft USA guys won the $3,000. So congratulations to them. Thank you for your support, Racecraft USA. Get your command modules and your G blocks set all up. Of course, shout out to Wally Builds, and of course, who helps us out, who's coming on with me tonight to do the live, and of course, JQ Threads, who is just not a clothing company, but a company providing opportunities. And big shout out to my boy Connor Ehlers of the Loof Cranes for his extra support. I also have a couple mini shout outs here to some companies that have helped me out here. I'd like to shout out to G-Spec Tuning for providing me with some cool cables the other day. Check out my boy Zach Check out my buddy Geoff on Instagram on the G-Spec Tuning and on Facebook. Get yourself some of his cables, man. He's doing some good stuff. My boy Zach Thompson, he went off to SIC Clean Freak. I'm loving this. I'm seeing Clean Freak getting more popular. Check him out. Support these small businesses in RC. Also, I just want to say happy birthday to the Wing. My boy, Llewellyn Fry, down there in Australia. Big fan of the podcast. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday to the Wing. And yeah, good stuff, man. Sorry. I want to send out some condolences too. I forgot to do it a few podcasts back, but Barry reminded me. RIP to Charlie Barnes, awesome painter, passed away recently due to COVID. And also my condolences and the condolences of the No Name Podcast go to Seth Van Dalen and his family, because I was reading his race report, and he found out that he lost his uncle while he was at SIC. So our condolences go to Seth. And I think it's time to bring my good buddy Beaker in and see what's up with him and go from there. What's up, JQ?
What's up?
Blue, you need to change this, because blue is you can't have blue. It's not a good color for you, and it's putting negative aura in your life.
The next video, part 2 out of 3 of industry videos, is a different color.
Okay. Now, first off, congratulations, man. I thought the video was good. I know I messed up my part. I recorded that, thought it was fine, watched a brief part of it. Oh, it's cool, and then sent it to you. But yeah, I look like an idiot with an echo. But I think what I said was good, and what you said was great. Ryan Stiles Harris on there, that was great. It's good to see these collaborations come together. You bring people from, he brings people from his world, which is mostly 10 scale and stuff, and they kind of meet your world. And this is what RC should be about, collaborating to grow our sport. And congratulations, man. A lot of positive feedback on this for you, and just good job. And I can't wait for part 2. I do think you need to I told you this, and I talked to him, get Mark Santamaria on it, because His YouTube channel is just blowing up. Congratulations to him too, Mark Santamaria. Good stuff. 50,000 subs on YouTube. Man, he's killing it. And he's doing a good job of bridging the basher. His job is he wants to bridge bashing and racing. And I think he's doing a good job because I saw this weekend while I was watching some of SIC on the YouTube chat and stuff like that, I saw a lot of his followers in the YouTube chat that didn't really know much about racing, but they were there and they were rooting for him, and they got to see some actual racing and watch his video. He did a good job. Mark Santamaria did a good job of SIC with his blogs and all that stuff. So congratulations to him, and please get him on your next video because I think it would be a good collaboration.
I messaged him, he didn't reply. Mark
Santamaria, answer JQ, please. I know you and him have a spotty history, but you both
what do you mean?
have the same.
What's spotty?
Well,
what's spotty history?
I remember you wanted to go on his podcast at first when he was doing On the Turn, and then remember he was in the States, and then he didn't want to do it. He was kind of in and out of the podcast scene, and you got mad at him, and then you finally got.
I've never been mad at him.
Okay, you didn't get mad at him, but you said, "Oh, you did a typical JQ response."
So in other words, he has a spotty history because he can't make up his mind, and I don't care. That's more accurate, I think.
But then eventually you did go on his podcast, and see what I mean? Like, I'm trying to help you get the guy on your podcast. He didn't on your video. But no, I actually do think he respects you a lot, honestly. And you went on his podcast, and I just think he will be a great addition to this part of the video because he feels the same way as you about a lot of things. So hopefully it happens, man. I think it will be good. I think it will be good. Well, congratulations, man. I look forward to part 2. So, I wanted to show you something, David. David, I almost called you David. Why did I call you David? Joseph, because it was brought to my attention by my boy, Richard Pounder. And I thought this was pretty cool. And I think we can all get behind this in RC, I think. So let's have a look if I can find it. A Chrome tab. Where is it? Application window. All right. So this is I thought this was pretty cool. This is Zoo Racing. I believe they make on-road bodies. Can you see that, Joseph? Is it clear?
Yeah.
So I thought this was pretty cool. He brought it to my attention, and it's the first company that I see to do this. And I think we can all get behind this. And it's like say no to racism and hashtag we race as one. I think we can all get behind that and just go and enjoy RC. But kudos to this RC company. He included, this is their decal sheet. He makes predominantly on-road bodies. I think that's all he does. So honestly, this isn't really in my genre, so I don't really see it much. But thank you to my buddy Richard Pounder for bringing it to my attention. And I know this means a lot to the racers of color that race with us. I know a lot of them have been feeling a little bit, well, a lot of them have been feeling very ostracized and stuff lately, and especially in 2020. So I hope little things like this can, not even little things, this is a big thing. I hope we can all get behind this as a racing community. I know I will. I should have been doing this a lot longer. But I kind of phase out of what's going on in the real world nowadays. But I definitely think this is something we can all get behind in RC because there's no room for any of this in life, especially in RC. So kudos to Zoo Racing. And yeah, man, let's say no to racism and let's all race as one. I think that's a good thing. All right, Josie, what's up with you, man? Besides the snow and all that stuff, books are getting distributed as well. The Invisible Speed books are going out, correct?
Yeah,
that's good. That's awesome to see. I even got a notice for one, so maybe I'm getting a Christmas gift in the mail from you, which is great. I appreciate that. Or probably you're gonna figure out some way to make me pay double for it or later. So I don't know.
I just sent you a cease and desist.
You sent me a cease and desist? Did you? Well, I'm sure at some point I'll be getting one of those because we're dialing up our heat a little bit on this podcast. We're taking a little more, I wouldn't say aggressive, but a little more. What's the word I'm looking for?
Honest,
but not just a little bit more honest and a little bit more edgy way of changing RC. Yes, we're still going to be funny, but we want to touch on topics that we want to change RC. I mean, the whole goal is that we want to make RC. Sting, you stop fiddling around. Gee, I would smack you with whatever you're fiddling around with. So, there I am trying to be all positive, and then I go completely haywire on you. Typical relationship with JQ. Yeah, man. We want to we want to help make RC better, and we want to work. We want to do that by any means possible. So, yeah, we're just gonna have a lot more fun and do our thing, man. I think so. So anyway, let me get on my notes here, Joseph. Like I said, we don't really have much to talk about, so we might as well.
You asked me how I was, and then you didn't even really wait for an answer.
Okay,
did you realize
sorry.
that?
I don't know, man. Sometimes you just get carried away. How are you, man?
Well, you were asking like, what's up? What's going on? Yeah, I'm driving 10 scale again. I'm in snowflake mode.
You went to the track?
Yeah.
Yes.
First time in over 3 months. It's a new record, I think. 3rd of October or something was the last time I drove.
How was it?
It was fun. Now I'm 3 days deep, and I'm getting the hang of it again.
Now, are you videoing or just testing and making
some
notes?
Video, but mainly testing now. We'll do the video part later. I'm not a vlogger, you know.
So just curious, how many cars are you testing at the moment?
4. So I have the X-Ray, Yokomo, Associated, and the cease and desist. So those 4.
Did you get another letter?
No, just the one. So I have those 4, and I have the same Hobby Wing electronics. Thank you to Hobby Wing, and Sanpado batteries. Thank you to them, and Savox servos, and same tires, of course. And I'm running them back to back. So my order is first I run the Yokomo, then the X-Ray, then the Associated, then the cease and desist. So I just go through them like that. So typically I can do 3 packs per car.
Okay.
And then I keep notes and make changes. First I basically started with the sort of basic setup, or what I could find, like, okay, this is what people run. This is like a standard carpet thing, okay? And then I'm adjusting each car individually from that, just to make them good. And then I'll compare them. And then after that, I'll put a setup on which is the same on all of them, because it's actually possible. The adjustment windows overlap enough to where you can get them the same. Some things you can't get the same, but mostly, like geometry and shocks and all that stuff, you can pretty much get the same. So then I'll try them with the same setup. Then last of all, I'll try them all 4 cars with the same shocks also on the same setup, like same shocks, same springs, to eliminate that. And then compile all of that into a video. So that's going to be fun.
You got a lot of work ahead of you. Can you give us a little hint as to which car you're preferring the most so far?
Okay, so right now, I've been to the track 3 times, and I would say that I'm actually able to do the same lap times with all of them, but there are some differences. So the X-Ray has been the easiest to drive and the most stable, and I think that this is the new X-Ray, the XB421, and the diffs are super high. So on carpet, that's a really good thing. The car stays flat. It's very good on power. So I think that's what makes it so easy to drive. Then the yoke. Okay, so it's very easy to drive, but just a tad, like a 1/10 or 2 slower on best lap, mostly, because I need a bit more steering. So it's very easy. I don't make mistakes. Every time I drive, I pretty much do a 5-minute run, but I need a bit more rotation and steering. So that's X-Ray. Then Yokomo, similar feeling to X-Ray, just it rolls a bit more and doesn't stay as flat. So a bit less confidence on power, but very smooth and easy. It's like you get this, what's the term I've used before? No, you don't get a full boner, but a partial boner, when you drive the Yokomo.
So did X-Ray send? When can we expect your X-ray check to show up in the mail, then?
No, I bought it.
No, for your positive reinforcement of the car.
No, I'm just being honest.
I know.
Yokomo Actually, thank you to Tony Sport, Mark Reinhardt, and Tony Reinhardt. I borrowed the car from them actually, so I need to return it. But yeah, so Yokomo smooth also. Then Associated and TLR are slightly different actually. Both of them have more rotation, more nervous, but I make more mistakes with them. X-Ray and Yokomo every time, pretty much 5 minutes, no mistakes. Associated TLR, mistakes creep in. But yeah, when I get clean runs, I do the same times with all 4 cars.
How is your track? Is there a lot of people there? This is Astro, correct?
No, I go in the morning and leave when people arrive.
You introvert. He's like, I don't want to be around people.
Yeah.
No, that's good, man. I'm glad you're getting to the track. I know you missed it, and that's good. And you're doing something that you thoroughly enjoy, which is testing. So
Yeah, and it's fun too because now I have the X-Ray and Yokomo are stable, so I need to make them have more rotation and steering, and then Associated and TLR the opposite basically. So then once I achieve that, then we'll see how they
it would have
stack
been
up.
good for you to test a Schumacher as well.
No, because that one's so different. So the point of this is because people say
similar,
these 4 are the same. So are they just copies of each other? So that's what I'm figuring out.
Kind of similar to when you did the 8 scale, when everybody thought, oh, the AE is just a copy of the Mugen, and you found out that there are unique differences, even though they might be just pillow bowl cars.
Well, yeah, but then that wasn't the point of it. I was just trying a few different cars. I didn't try the Mugen, for example, so
okay,
that wasn't really a focus.
All right. Good stuff, man. What can we expect from you video-wise this week?
So this week is part 2 of the industry series. So a 3-part video series about the RC industry and how the problems we have and how we could maybe improve.
Okay.
So ideas for what to change for the future so we can grow and improve. So this week's video is about well, I'll mention the whole thing where everyone's sponsored. So I'll talk about that a bit. But then the main point is races. So different types of races we have: club races, regional races, big races, and how they all serve a different purpose. So that's going to be the video for this week. Then the last one is about federations.
Oh boy, you love that topic.
Yeah, that's going to be that. That's my favorite one, the last one.
I'm sure.
That's going to be a good one, I hope.
All right. Well, I think that's about all we have to catch up with today. I think we should go on to the Manscaped RC news. What do you think, Joseph?
Yep.
Hey, so Joseph, do you have a moose near the caboose that needs to be tamed? I'm talking about hairy, big, and needs some support. Thankfully, our sponsor of the RC news, Manscaped.com, has you covered to keep that hair looking nice, trimmed, and feeling fully supported, because Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. We have the Lawnmower 3.0, which is waterproof and includes a LED light and is made with advanced skin-safe technology, which reduces nicks and cuts on your delicates. Because we all know, well, I don't know about you, Joseph, but we all know that a nick on the nuts is never good. Lots of pain there. And you can't really do anything for a week or so afterwards. And also, in this little kit, they include these boxes. They call them the Beluga, but they're really comfortable, man. Super comfortable. And honestly, I've been using my ball spritzer spray. It's good. It smells good. I've been using it as like a cologne some days. So it's just not good for your balls. It's good for everything. So go to www.manscaped.com. Please use the promo code no name in all caps. You save 20% off your order, and you get free shipping. So get yourself in order, get your family jewels in order, and your wife will love you more. Get yourself some manscaped.com and, cut through the jungle to find your manhood. Okay, Joseph. So we had 2 races this weekend. We had the TNR race. Chris Nelson's race is for fuels and all that type of stuff. Now, we're not going to go too deep on that race this week, because this podcast because he's actually going to be on the podcast to talk about it. So, but I did think that Anthony Westergaard of Factory Tracks absolutely knocked it. Did you have a chance to see any video of this track, dude?
Very little, but I saw that the layout looked really good.
It was. I loved, like, they had a chicane coming onto the front straightaway and a bigger chicane going off, so you could carry so much speed. That big double that just sent, like, it sent you way up in the air and safely to the lander. Like, you could go up in the air, hit your brakes, and just boom. It was easy. Then that elevation and the dragging back, I think they did an upset. And then I saw, like, you see all the pop-ups and all that stuff during the drivers meeting and all that type of stuff. And you just look at it and you're like, oh, I just want to be there in California, man. You know what I mean? At that race. Now, mind you, this race did not have the pro level talent that SIC had. It was, I'll be honest, it was more like the same crowd you would see at a JBRL or any type of race, but just bigger. And it looks like everybody had fun. He had paid marshals. They kind of worked out. Then guys kind of just went out there and did it. But he had a slightly different format. He had one IFMAR qualifier and one heads up qualifier each day. And the Super Bowl, I don't really understand that too much. So I need to ask, do you know how that works, Joseph?
Well, no, not at this race, but probably something like the top 5 qualifiers race for TQ, or TQ it goes direct, and then second to 5th race for some other spots in the main or something. I don't know. It depends on how they made the rules.
I think it's done by hot lap, I think.
Yeah, probably. Like they go one by one or all at the same time and go for best lap.
Yeah, I think it was only for maybe the pro main that they did that.
Yeah, probably.
Which was light. I think they only had 10, 11 people. Wally was there. He had a DNF. But Drake won it. Carlos Arredondo second. And actually Arredondo TQ'd it. Nitro buggy. But what was really cool, and I want to say congratulations, but I don't know if he wants me to say his name, but they had the payout. $3,000 the first, $2,000 the second, $1,000 the third, and then $65 up to 12. What I liked about this is, and I mentioned this last week, they did not specify which class would win it. I believe they had a raffle afterwards, and whatever, for that particular prize and whatever class that the raffle picked, they won it. So Expert Truggy won it. So the guy who won Expert Truggy went home with $3,000, dude. I think, I don't want to say his name. Yes.
What do you mean you don't want to say his name? We can all check his name.
All right. Walker Spinrad of our Racecraft USA team. He went home with the $3,000 US dollars for expert win of Truggy.
So basically, everyone should have just run Expert Truggy.
No, but that's the thing. Not that. It's not that. It could have been the junior class. It could have been the over 50 class. It could have been any one of those classes, which I thought was cool because you have multiple classes and like people would be like, oh, you just give the pro guys all the money. You know what I mean? It gives it's fair. I think it gives everybody a chance to win that money. So congratulations. Also, he put like LED lightning on the pipes. I thought that was so cool at night. Like the whole pipes.
I've never seen that. Is there video of that?
Let me bring it up actually. Hold on. Oh, actually, you can bring it up while I talk. Go to you can't because you don't have Facebook. What am I saying? Let's go to Facebook and let me bring it up. But yeah, he had the whole track lit up with LED lighting, man. I thought it was so cool. So cool. I wonder if he had that on at night. Or it was like, but honestly, it didn't look like they raced that night much anyway, because they looked like they were in and out of there at a comfortable time. Why am I going to myself here? But yeah, we will have Chris Nelson on tonight to talk about this race. And also he has a special announcement to talk about, and also to talk about his fuel, because his fuel's really getting popular, especially over there in California. I'm starting to see it pop up even here on the East Coast. So good stuff. I'm just looking for this video of the they lit up the LED lights on the pit. Man. But definitely, I think this race looked really cool and had, like, I'll be honest, no offense, I think Bobby did a really good job in the SIC track, but I mean, it's a small arena, so it's limited. But I just thought that this track, like, you know, when you think of a California track, this was it. Like, you know what I mean? Just big air, fast. It got a little bit rough. You know, just it was a great track, man. Honestly, I don't understand why DNC is not at this track. This track is, it's just nice. Not saying that anything wrong.
It's too cold there, maybe for that time of year.
Right.
Often.
Because it's more northern or
Yeah,
something like
it's
that.
up the hill towards Vegas.
All
Maybe
right.
that's why.
But I mean, I've seen some really badass layouts at this track. You've been to that track a few times too.
Yeah, really good.
Oh man, where is the video of Chris Nelson? It must be, maybe it's a mod. Hold on, because and he had mod there covering it. I mean, so I think he spared no expense going out on this race, and it's good to see people kind of thinking out of the box, man. You know, and doing something a little bit different and giving back to the racers. You know, that's a big chunk. We're talking about $5,000 he gave back. You know, good job. I'll have to bring that up a little later. The picture of Chris Nelson. All right, so the bigger race of this weekend was the Southern Indoor Championships held in Alabama, and this race has been going on for a few years, many years now. And it's like kind of the first race that starts the big racing off. First race time event. First, I think they have 5 different events. So I cannot find the video. Oh, here it is. All right, I found it. Let me hold on. All right, let me mute it, and I'll bring up the video. 1 second, guys. Joseph wants to see the video. Let's show you this. I thought it was so cool, man. Let me make it bigger so you can see it. I thought this was the coolest thing. Check it out.
Yeah, that looks really cool, actually.
Yeah, doesn't it? I wonder if that helps at night. It has to. Like when you maybe you don't see it too much when you have the lights on. That's a lot of LED lighting right there.
Yeah, that looks really nice.
Oh, hold on. Cool. I thought that was cool, man. He didn't have to do that. I just thought it was a cool addition to something, you know, just different. I like that. I like it. Thought it was cool. So like I said, tonight we'll talk with Chris more about this race. So let's get on to SIC, which was the bigger race. It's a more established race. So it got more of the pros, but still not all the pros. I think my biggest surprise to this race, no Team TLR here. No TLR presence. I mean, maybe they had people driving there, but no Fenn, no Thomas Tran, no Cavallari. So actually, Barry talked about this on the podcast, and he said, no, we're focused on DNC and the warm-up this weekend, which is canceled because of snow. So it looks like Cav was out practicing at Thunder Alley this weekend in preparation for DNC. So it looks, which kind of shocked me because I thought TLR, they went to the RC race, and I thought, like, yeah, this is the first big race of 8-scale race of 2021. I thought they would be there, but they weren't. But I understand why they wasn't there. More focus on DNC, and like with the warm-up race, Fend and Cav would have been like, that would have been 3 weekends in a row that they would have been racing. So, you know, they have a life too. But how do you feel about that, Joseph? Do you think they should have showed up to the SIC race?
So the TLR thing you were talking about, yes, SIC, that there was no SIC. Okay.
Yeah. So at SIC,
yeah,
they didn't show up, and that was a bigger race. I mean, we had Mayfield, Rivkin, Tekno was squatted up. 6 Tekno cars in the A final. Pro Nitro buggy, 6 Tekno cars. Okay, Wiggins and Hooks made it, but not say like, all right, maybe if like Fend and Cav and a couple other people there, they might not have made it, but that's impressive.
I don't know why. I don't know why TLR didn't go to that race. At least with Fend, maybe not Cav yet. I think that it would be nice. It would be nice if brands could figure out a sort of race schedule for which bigger races to attend. It would just make the racing so much better and so much more fun. Because now they go to sort of different races, and you never really have the whole field, except when it's Euros, Raw
Nationals,
Nationals, World
and Worlds.
Championships. So you never have the strongest field that you could because everyone doesn't go.
Mm-hmm.
But if they sort of made a plan together and figured out where to go, then that'd be nice, I think.
Yeah. Well, like I said, when I talked to Barry, he was actually building Fenn's cars. He had just finished building his cars for the DNC warm up. So it looks like they were putting all the eggs in DNC, which I understand. I understand that. So, but it's a shame because I wanted to see them. I wanted to see what Fenn could do at this race, and the fan in me wanted to see, just see Cav there. But I guess in the long term, practicing and getting used to the car like what he did this weekend is probably more beneficial for him. You know what I mean? And for TLR, because if he would have went to SIC and just had a crappy weekend, that wouldn't have been good for him either. So, all right. Well, SIC, we had it this weekend, and let's look at our pro. Okay, so what's exciting? We had some different TQs throughout pro buggy, nitro truggy, and e-buggy, but in the end, Ryan Mayfield swept all three. He top qualified all three classes, and probably would have swept the everything. He would have Mayfielded everybody, but he just had a little hiccup in he made too many mistakes in truggy, and Tebow got by him. So
what do you mean he probably would have? He didn't.
Like he was in the lead. I think he was in the lead in truggy, right? But he just
kept crashing on that
right,
one place.
He made stupid mistakes, but I think he used that like in typical Mayfield. He's like, all right, that was my fault. I made stupid mistakes there. He learned and then just went on to dominate pro buggy.
Yeah.
And
I'm happy that Tekno are now officially trying to kill off truggy. So that's good. With they already have the world's ugliest. They already have the world's ugliest buggy body, and now they made the world's ugliest truggy body. I don't know if you saw the one Tebow.
I know I did.
The one Tebow was running. It's like it doesn't go over the front shock tower.
I know.
So it's like a hybrid of a buggy body and a truggy body. It's so horrible. So it's good actually, because now hopefully when Tebow wins and this becomes the new trend in truggy, then everyone will just quit.
Oh God!
And then truggy will die.
In contrary, you know what? What class was super big at this race? E-truggy. A D-main, 65 entries.
D-main in E-truggy?
Yes. That is the new.
Okay,
let's
look for a picture of this body.
I want to go. I think my new class is going to be E-truggy when I go to these races.
E-truggy.
Yes, I'm going to become an E-truggy specialist.
Jesus, it's so hard to find pictures.
Hold on, I have it.
Are there pictures somewhere?
I have it. T-Bear's pictures. So let's talk about the pro man while I figure out while I find T-Bear's new body. I have mixed thoughts on it. I want to know. I have a question. Are there some rules out there that I believe
not in America?
I believe Roar says the body has to look like a truck, man. I
guess it does look like a truck.
It has to have like in Raw. I was reading like the truggy rules. It has to have like headlights and like stuff like that, like a real truck apparently. Come on, man. I saw this picture, but yeah, it's definitely. We have actually quite a few questions about T-Bear's truggy body. I guess Tekno has always made some crazy bodies.
What are the questions?
Like, what do we think about what about the new Tekno body?
Yeah, it's horrible.
I don't know. I'm mixed with it.
It's horrible, but it's good.
Yes.
It's good that it's that horrible that it's going to kill off truggy. I'm very happy about that.
And you know what it's going to stop? It's going to stop the prime thing that.
What are these servos Tebow is running?
Oh, these are Nitro Pro servos. He switched up. They're out of the Southeast.
Oh, yeah, the KO fired everyone. He was running KO, right?
Did they fire everyone? Yeah, they did. He was.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Let me see. Let me see.
What is this? CT1? What is this?
Dude, your mic's real hot.
Nitro Pro?
Turn it on. Yeah, they've been making waves they also produce fuel and bringing in tires. They've been making waves here in the Southeast. Drew Singers, they're part of the guys like JB's running them. They're real popular in the Southeast. So they're bringing out some Tekno. They're bringing out some Jared Tebow. He's gonna have like his signature series of servers from Nitro Pro. So yeah, that's his thing. Hey, one thing Tebow is definitely thinking. I think Tebow is thinking of the future, like, like, hey, let me get my branding out here, let me do this, and let's have a look at. Oh, that's not good. It's just it's the same thing. It's just
Whatever.
it's just let's look at this body real quick. It's what this body will prevent. This body will
Anyone
prevent
buying a truggy.
no,
And that's a good thing.
No, stop your noise. Had Ben Sterling not crashed into you at DNC 2018, and the incident when you turned off his radio, what stopped you from bumping that day besides the crash? What happened when you broke? What happened when you crashed and broke? You became an alligator. Truggies are notoriously known to break the front body mounts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this eliminates this. It's brilliant on Tekno's behalf, to be honest. Think about it.
It's super ugly and it's going to kill truggy. And that's the best thing about it. It
does not matter. It's going to save that alligator move. But my question comes to the legality of the body. In Raw.
What's going to save the alligator body is the fact that no one's going to be racing truggy.
Oh, you are a truggy specialist. Stop all your truggy hate. Okay? You are JQ e-buggy truggy specialist. Get it? Get over it. All right, there we go. I can't make it any bigger than this, unfortunately.
You can zoom in.
Okay, there we go. That's all it lets me zoom in, dude.
On the browser itself, not the image.
I don't know how to do all that stuff. Anyway, this is the body. It's shaped like it's a buggy front with the farm truck like that.
Press down control and scroll the wheel on your mouse.
Yeah, I don't have a PC, dude.
Well, yeah, I don't know about Mac.
I don't know what it is on Mac either. But yeah, there we have this body, and lots of people are talking about it. I think it prevents that alligator thing that happens with the body, so I'm all for it. But I think it's going to be something to do with rules here, unless, well, who knows? Doesn't really.
No rules.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Okay, so do we have any questions? I need to go.
No, we don't. We do have questions, but we need to finish up just talking about SIC. So anyway, real quick, SIC, your buggy results was first Ryan Mayfield, second Spencer Rivkin, third. No, it wasn't Seth. Third was Joe Bornhorst. Joe Bornhorst was probably one of the top Tekno guys. So we had Joe Bornhorst, Seth Van Dalen, who came back from a impressive. He did not have a great qualifying. He was 11th. He qualified 11th. Came back for a strong fourth. Tebow, what happened with Tebow? Tebow was strong in the beginning, and I thought he was going to do the typical Tebow. I'm going to come from behind because my AKA tires I chose harder AKA tires. But what happened was, I think Wiggins was another one that really impressed me this week. He was in third. Wiggins was on fire this weekend. He was on third, and then he came up the pits. And apparently, I was reading his pit. I thought we thought on the broadcast that his pit person put the card on without watching, and like Tebow was coming right down the pit, and as like he had just finished pit. Tebow was on a pit further down, and they came, and Tebow come in, and he had got fueled, and he was gunning it out of the pit lane, and that's what I missed it, but that's what they said on the broadcast. But reading Wiggins' race report, apparently the pit lane shifted or something like that, and he hit an edge, and it broke his car. But man, Tebow hit your boy like really fast, and I'm surprised that both of those cars didn't get broken. But after that hit, it just seemed like Tebow just kind of was never back to the same, and he just fell back. So, but yeah, Tebow fifth, Cole Ogden sixth. I know I'm hard on Cole, but this is like his home turf. He should be in this top three. You know what I mean? He should be. It was a close race. No, it wasn't that close, but Spencer Heckett, first
made
time.
A lot of mistakes. He was very fast.
Yeah.
If you look at his
average
laps.
Yeah, but that's Cole's MO. Very fast, lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
Spencer Heckert, 7th. Good showing for his first race on the new SRX gear. Jackson Brunson, Tyler Hooks, Lee Setzer, Evan Vale. Evan Vale actually broke in warm-up. Poor him. Brandon Rose, not sure what happened to him. Wiggins, in qualified 12th, dude. Wiggins impressed me the most this weekend. Tyler Jones TQ'd a round of Nitro Buggy, and then I think he had engine issues at the very beginning. I think he blew a motor. He had an old motor or something in there. But
why would you have an old motor?
I don't know if that's the truth or whatever. I just talked to somebody who knows them, and they just have flame out issues. So yeah. I think they just
they need to watch this video on YouTube about how to tune engines. I heard it's really good. Talks about the idle gap and stuff like that. So
I think maybe they just doesn't happen. Yeah, I don't know, but
probably the idle gap wasn't set right, to be honest. It probably ran great, everything was fine. Then when you put pit stops in the picture, it starts flaming out.
No, he didn't even make it that far. He only did 6 laps. So I think they the engine let go on him or something like that near the end.
Yeah, so about Cole, his top 15 average lap is faster than Mayfield's fastest lap.
Incredible, man. He's so fast.
So that's how fast he's going, but yeah, he makes mistakes. So maybe slow down 5%. Don't make mistakes.
Yeah, he's got to back it down a bit, man. I'm rooting for Cole because he's the only East Coast guy. But disappointing race for Tyler Jones, man. I think this 15th, he qualified 3rd overall, but this is not what he can do. Like, honestly, I think Tyler Jones was the fastest out of all the young guys. These young guys there, I think he was faster than even these top. He would have been the guy. I think he could have made a contention for Mayfield in this race. So, but yeah, I mean, Tekno had 6 drivers, and 4 of their 4. We're gonna see these 4 top guys: Joe Bornhorst, Tebow, Seth Van Dalen, and Tyler Jones, and a lot of A mains this year. I think if we get to racing, Mayfield had a good weekend. Spencer Rivkin, second in Nitro Buggy. What did he do in Spencer Rivkin coming off all that the drama from the RC race. Let's see, he got second in E-Buggy, and not sure where he finished in Truggy, but yeah, I think it was a quality weekend for Rivkin too. Kind of quiet, it's quiet second place, winning, and in Nitro Buggy and in E-Buggy, and looks like he did not. He came 5th in Truggy. So a solid weekend for him. Solid weekend for Seth Van Dalen. He came back and did a good job. Even Joe Bornhorst, great weekend for him. And yeah, just unfortunate on a few things. Tebow had a decent weekend, but I think it's a good mix up of racers here. I think it was fun. I enjoyed it, and the coverage was pretty decent because it's a smaller track, so they were able to follow it with the one cam. So I enjoyed watching this. I enjoyed this race. And kudos to everybody that won. Thank you to all the JQ guys that went there. And I guess we're on to the next one, man. What do you think, Joseph?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, that's about it for news. Let's get into the Beach RC Q&A. What do you say, Joseph? We don't have too many questions, so let's knock these out. Jeez, but that snow is making you so miserable, man.
Yeah, I'm busy.
You know what? Let's
find a co-host. I've told you before.
Yeah, well, you just need. Anyway, you know what? It's all about Beach RC and their questions.
BeachRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
And thank you, Beach RC, for your continued support. Thank you to Brent Lucas. You can get your NNRC gear there. If you order something from Beach RC, just ask them to throw in some NNRC decals, and they will. And hey, use our affiliate link if you can. It's a proper brick and mortar hobby shop doing all the right things to grow and promote RC. So, Josie, we can't get another co-host because people want your knowledge. That's why. All the questions are for you, not for me. So let's get on to our first question. Let me bring it up. All right. Marcus Halliman. He asked, let me first off by saying I love the show, but I had a question. How come RC does not have races with just pros? If we have races with just pros, maybe that's the way it could be put on TV. I also think there should be a minor league for RC. Guys that are not quite just pros yet. I am somewhat new to the hobby, got into Nitro about 2 years ago, and I'm hooked. I'm really into the race part of the hobby, and I enjoy your YouTube videos, and I enjoy Joseph's videos as well. I also bought a JQ racing car too. I bought it from Beach RC, and I'm looking forward to the next episode of the No Name RC podcast. Well, thank you, Marcus, for your support of the podcast, and thank you for the support of JQ Racing. It's greatly appreciated. If you have any problems, I am not the best setup guy, but I can point you in the direction with a lot of our reps and whatnot, and I'll put you in contact with our rep there in California, Will Smith. So, Joseph, this is a question we both like to answer because
Yeah, but I don't like to answer it today. We've spoken about it a billion times. RCGP
actually-
is the closest thing to
yes,
professionals only racing, blah, 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 blah. We've been over this a million times.
right, but he's kind of new. So, just to answer your question, Marcus, I actually totally agree with you. We do need a professional racing side, so that the paid guys, professional guys, can actually be professional, and then we have a definitive line between that. So the amateurs, or the minor league, what you're saying, which in RCGP was the RC2 class, they have an attainable goal to get to. So I'm all for that, man, because honestly, I like to see the pros race, and I want to see them race even more. But this is RC, and it's hard to change anything. And I think we've beat, like I said, Joseph and I have beat this horse to death. But we will continue to beat that drum, I think. I think so, Joseph.
I have 2 more videos of beating the drum, and I'm done.
Oh my gosh! I have another question from my buddy Grant. He's a new racer. He's enjoying RC and loving it. And we talk once in a while. And this is for you, Joseph. He goes, when you want to make a setup change, is there an order? Is it maybe fastest to change to? Is it maybe the fastest change to see difference? Example: my buggy is loose. He says buggy is loose exiting corners. Do I try tires, ride links, sway bars, ride height, then diffs? Or he basically wants to know like where he would start if he wanted to get his buggy not loose on exiting the corners. What would you say, Joseph? Diffs?
You kind of need to learn that for yourself, what you need to change. But first, number one is, of course, tires. So you need to have the right tires. And after that, then unless something is really off, like let's say that your shock oils are way too thick or something because the temperature is different, that's the sort of obvious thing. So something that's way off or out of the ordinary. I'm assuming now that this is like your standard setup and everything's correct. The first thing you would normally do is figure out which end you want to make the change to, front or rear. And for example, on the rear, toe in is a very good change, or front and rear roll bars, anti-roll bars, good first change. And then the arm height on the inside is a good change also. So like small minor tweaks, basically. So anti-roll bars, the pills for the arms, toe in, that kind of stuff.
You know what, man? It could also be application of throttle. You could be in the dust. You don't, it depends. It's a lot of things.
I mean, first you have to learn the track.
Yeah.
You find the right tires, you learn the track, and make sure nothing big is wrong. And only then do you start changing.
Yeah. You'd be surprised. A lot of these top guys can make a not so perfect car look good. You know what I mean? And that just comes down to driver knowledge and learning how to do things. So, that's what I would say to Grant. Try these little things, but also maybe get on the throttle a little smoother. You know what I mean? And stuff like that, because you can adapt you can learn how to drive like that too. where you don't need to make a whole bunch of setup changes. That's my opinion. But thank you for the question, Grant, and let us know how it goes. Justin Huglin, I heard the announcers at SIC talking about a JQ Truggy. What's up with that? No, I think that was Cody and JQ guys just running whatever. I think Cody has an HB Truggy, and Corey has an HB Truggy, and check out Corey's YouTube channel too. That they just run JQ racing on it. We don't have a Truggy. I like JQ's new video about someone catching the action and capturing all the details for the fans. I volunteer as tribute. Someone needs to pay my bills while I'm traveling the world. Well, that's what I'm trying to do as well. But we do need that. Ronna Falk's new website is sweet. I think it is too. When are we coming to the USA? Joseph, I don't know. Maybe DNC for me. I'm just monitoring the situation of, COVID and just how things are in the USA between now and then, between now and next week. Who looks good for DNC? He talks about there's a few top guys that could always win, but I think there are a few young guns that might pull a surprise. Tasman, I see Tasman's back in America too at Revelation and all that stuff. He needs to get those hot race tires and that new engine dialed, man. So he can't do that up in Canada. So he talks about that. And he says, just the G-Wiz thing, these will be my boys' first season ever racing ever. So he's got his kids racing. They are 6 and 7. I'm going to try and capture as much as I can on camera while not missing the moments. Maybe we can use it to study how we keep new racers and kids interested in RC. My oldest already says that Cav is his favorite, mostly be from the paint job. And I just tell him that he's a champion and worth his pick. I'm pumped to get them racing so far. They're pumped too. My wife isn't too pumped. So that's cool, man. I like to see the young kids, young racers that look up to some of these racers. That's good to see. And he likes Cav because of his paint job. So why not? He picked probably one of the most decorated guys of drivers ever. So good stuff, man. Who looks good for you for DNC, Joseph? Want to give me a DNC top 5 right now? Because we know that there's not going to be any Euro guy.
No international drivers.
No international drivers.
It's going to be the usual suspects. Yeah.
Mayfield, Tebow, Cat. I hope he is in top 5.
I
Depends.
think he'll do well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll do well. It's going to be. Yeah, those 4.
And Rivkin doesn't do well at DNC.
You have to think that this track is going to get really bumpy. So it's going to be rough, right? Might have a bit of rain, a lot of drivers, a lot of laps. It's going to get rough. Mayfield's going to be good. Tebow's going to be good. Cavalieri.
You know who's going to do good?
If he's figured out the car. Cavalieri for me is a bit hit or miss, kind of. I wouldn't be super confident because it's a new car and it's a bit different. And
I'll put Fenn in my top 5.
Get him comfortable in the bumps.
You know who I think is going to do really well at this race and surprise us all? Adam Drake. This is his home track, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, he should do well, right? He did well last year. And it wasn't a track that exists. They just built it for the race. But now it's literally his home track. So, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I know. I think he's going to do good. I can't go wrong with that. Well, I think the young people that are going to surprise us, I hope to see Tyler Jones, Stefan Dalen, and Spencer do something. And maybe one of these younger guys. I'd like to see one of these younger, without the international guys coming, we're going to see probably people we wouldn't normally see in the A-main too. So we might get a chance to see like a Mason Fuller, because I know they're going, or Rinder Knick, or Aiden Horn, or something like that. You know what I mean?
It's such a shame that we can't travel there.
I know. Well, I kind of can. Oh my God. Okay. So we have a couple of questions about the Tekno Truggy body. We answered that. Y'all Mello, Wally is racing the JQ car, but his program will only be ready in 2 to 3 months' time. This is the time until the new JQ buggy come out. I don't know what Wally's deal is. He wouldn't tell me, but he drove it this weekend, and he actually broke something. He broke the carbon fiber steering plate, the steering rack.
Yeah, so that's what you get when you try and be all fancy, not run the car like we recommend.
Oh my gosh. See, See what I mean,
Non-JQ
man?
part, by the way.
I just wanna slap you if I wanna slap you with a bag full of fucking of
Bag full of
Ackerman
dicks.
plates. Huh?
Bag full of dicks.
All right. Chris Boyder, aka Gatorman. Why don't pro drivers go into detail about having a bad race? When they win, they fill you in on every aspect of the weekend, but when they lose, it's a tough weekend. Cars are great, but have bad luck. Thanks to everyone on the next one. I want to know what they broke and why. Are they scared it will make a sponsor? Yes.
They are pissed off and PC.
Yep. Their contract probably says, hey, yeah, you broke it. Keep quiet. You know, keep it on the wraps. So
The true race report happens immediately after the race, live at the track in the pits. That's where you have the true race report. Then online is the PC one, full of lies, which is boring.
Yes, that's why
this is also why you need media at the track.
Chris, another question. Chris Kukalinski, what in the world is up with this body? And it's got a picture of Tebow there. Kurt Hernandez is all freaking out about us talking to him. Mayfield is the mother effer again. Mother effer man again. Yes, he did Mayfield. Everybody. Mark Atkins asked about Nick's car. I just said that. Buggy Brent. Here's something. The talk about a hero in RC. I agree 100%. That is important. There are many. There are many. Personally, I follow Lutz and Tebow. Lutz YouTube videos of his Agama Truggy. Hold on for a second. We need to backtrack something real quick. We forgot to talk about Lutz not making the A-main at SIC. I forgot all about it.
No,
and I had it in my notes. Huh?
No sex in the main.
Yeah. I think he broke something first qualifier and just had a bad second qualifier, and he was all right. I'm not gonna be hard on Lutz. First race out there. So I think he should have personally been. He shouldn't have been in the B-man, but you know, crap happens. But he was in the B-man, and I think 2 laps in, and he broke an arm. Now, this is not a testament of the car. Let's put some things into perspective real quick. SIC, it's really cold, and things like this happen. Parts break because it's really cold there. So that could have happened. But it's a shame because I wanted to see what Lutz could do in the A-main. He did have a good showing in E-Buggy and Truggy. Even he was running the Agama Truggy, but I think he finished. Let's see here. I think he finished 4th, and I think he finished 4th or 5th in E-Buggy. But yeah, big. Come on, like this is now the 3rd big race that Lutz has not made the A-main in less than a year.
Really?
Yes.
What are the other ones?
Montpellier in 2020, DNC in 2020, and then here we have SIC, which last year he almost won, I believe.
Yeah.
But this was just like bad luck, I think. I don't think it was a testament of his ability. Anyway, back to the question. Lutz YouTube vids of his Agama. Hey, pay attention or I'm going to slap you. I'm going to virtually pimp slap you, okay? Okay, so Lutz YouTube videos of his Agama Truggy got me back into RC recently. I feel the manufacturers and big teams do a horrific job of promoting their paid drivers. They just waste money that is supposedly they don't have.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, I agree. My question is, why do big manufacturer companies and teams have no web page or link to display the entire team lineup? Who's AE regional managers? I really don't care, but he wants to know who's JQ sponsor drivers, who's Kyosho pro drivers. House of RC can fix that problem. Who is a sponsor of this podcast? I want to know who's Kyosho sponsor drivers are. I should click on Kyosho, go to the teams, choose the class I'm interested in, and see all the drivers' info and stuff in one list. Then I can follow and learn those individuals and root for them. Well, I think that's where I think all these manufacturers should be up and like getting on House of RC and filling out their profiles. Now we have it. We have it at JQ Racing. We have a map of pretty much all our drivers around the world. So
do you know why it's this way?
No, but give me a reason.
Because RC is very unprofessional as an industry. And the reason for that is that the RC industry is quite small. I'm talking about now about the racing side of RC. Yes. It's quite small. So intelligent people who get an education, know what the fuck they're doing, they get out. because they don't want to be in RC because it's tiddlywinks. It's like, there's no future here. I can't make money here. I'm going to do something else. The people who stick around are idiots like me. So we love this shit and we stick around and we do it. But we're fucking amateurs. We aren't the best of the best, you know?
Yes.
So most people who start RC companies are not, you know, real businessmen with experience and an education doing everything right. It's just some dude who raced his RC at the track and started a company. And that mentality sticks around. Even the company grows, blah blah blah, other people join them, also RC races. So it's a group of RC races, even with a big company, but it's not run right because it's just a bunch of RC races.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. And also that when it happens the other way, where someone from another industry comes in, and a true businessman, maybe with an education, intelligent, all the, you know, bells and whistles and contacts and experience, they aren't doing it seriously because this is their fun thing. You know, they have their career and this is for fun, and they don't care to that extent.
Right.
So they do their main thing properly, maybe, but then this is like a bit half-assed.
Well, also,
I think that's why it's like this.
yeah, like, I mean, if I was the owner of Red Bull, I would look, and I didn't know about RC, and I would be like, well, you know, who do you cater to? You know, and then you're like, oh, we have 200. They'll say we have 800 entries at this race. It's the biggest race, and you go there and you think it's gonna be 800 to 1,000 people there, and it's 225, 250. The same.
And no
people.
spectators.
No spectators. So who am I going to advertise to? To the 250 people here? That's not worth my time.
The way people think in RC is, okay, I'm going to do this thing. It's going to be good for me. Oh, it's going to help another company too? Okay, then I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do this other thing instead, which helps me less, but at least it doesn't help someone else also. That's how people in RC tend to think. You know, it's just, I don't know, tired of
It's
it.
like I'm kind of tired of it too. I always like to say it's like you had that neighbor who had the football or basketball and nobody else had one. So you had to play by his rules because he had the ball, and when he got pissed off, he would take the ball and go home. I think RC is very similar. Very similar. You don't want to play by my rules, I'm taking my ball, which is RC. So RC racing. We need to change that. Racecraft USA, the TNR race was the best race for the racers ever held. Maybe. I think Chris Nelson did a really good job. Still think RCG.
I'm sure it was great fun.
Yes.
I hope it was. And they were trying some new formats and stuff, but I would maybe fix that sentence to the TNR race was the best race I have ever been to.
Yeah.
Maybe
I still think
just like Spencer Ripkin wrote that the SIC is he wrote that Racetime Entertainment has the best 1/8 nitro races in our industry or something like that. And then I commented like, correction, they have the best big money grabbing. No, maybe I didn't write money grabbing. Best big mega entry races in America, maybe. You know, like not globally in the industry, the best races, just in America out of the big races,
right?
Like mega entry races, they are the best.
Well,
big difference.
I think if we're going to talk about big races, well, we're getting off on a tangent here, but truly the only race that really attracts true international crowd of some sort is DNC and Silver State because of location. Guys want to go to California, guys want to go to Vegas. You know? So yeah, I mean, I like race time events, but yeah, there's it's hard to say, man. RC is in such a fluid state right now. Everybody, you know, I don't know.
If you haven't raced the big race in Asia, you don't know what a good RC race is.
It's different. Like everything is different. Like, you know, so, and I would say, did you race the RCGP race where you race one class and you had a spec tire, and by Saturday afternoon you was tired of racing? Most people were tired of track time. You know what I mean? People don't believe me when I say that. But anyway,
Yeah, but even that's different. Like,
yeah.
yeah, just go to a big race in Asia, and
Or
then
Europe.
then
Or
tell me
Europe.
then tell me that race in America is the best 8-scale nitro race in the industry.
Austin Rankin. Wish RC racing would convert to motocross supercross style racing. I think that's one way to save RC. JQ was talking about this. We need a series sponsor like Monster Energy. Then we need to hire MX racers as the drivers and debut the commercial during the supercross, which is happening now in the US. Every kid that watches supercross on national television will watch it and instantly go, "Yep, I'm doing that series this year." What about you, so and so? He says, think about it, Keenan, and you too, JQ. Well, we kind of just touched on that. Yes, we would love to have Monster Energy or one of these companies come in and pump some money into, not into a manufacturer, but into a series to help grow RC. Man, it's just we are not even a blip on their radar, man. Not even a blip. We aren't even a bowl here on their bowl. That's how bad it is. Like, you know what I mean? That's how small RC racing is. We're not even a blip. People don't. I agree. There are motocross. Why don't the motocross guys that race motocross help promote RC? Like, we know Christian Craig likes it. Not Bubba. Malcolm Stewart likes it. Seven to Deuce. Oh, these guys like RC. But at the same time, I understand it's their hobby. It's their way to get away from motocross and all that stuff. Maybe they don't want to be bothered by that. But I don't know, man. I think that's a good idea. I think it's hopeful. It's dreamy, but it would have to take Monster Energy, get involved, make a series, and do it. But it could be done, but it would cost a lot of money, and it would take the industry coming together to do that. Another question about the Truggy body, and he goes, Edwin Ortiz, what's the perfect brake bias? And is there a trick to getting it right the first time?
About 50-50 is usually the best.
Yep.
So if your car is spinning out when you enter corners, like you brake before corners, then you have too much rear brake. If you feel like it pushes and doesn't want to turn, and then you let off and then it turns, maybe you have too much front brake versus rear. So about 50-50 is quite good, neutral.
Okay. He also asked, JQ mentioned you would drive a Serpent. You really like the Serpent car. If you didn't own a car, does that mean the new buggy will have some features that Serpent has, like ball bearings in the Ackerman plate and optional carbon fiber arm stiffers, or are those just cool things, or do they actually work?
Well, already have carbon fiber arm stiffeners, but yes, the Serpent has many cool features, but there are a lot of cars with cool features. So the thing about making a good car really is when there are those kind of features, like for example, the way Serpent have the sway bar, that's maybe the anti-roll bar. That's maybe the best feature actually, how it's on bearings and it can't move. So there's no binding and it can't move sideways. That's a really good thing. So as a designer, you see that and you're like, well, okay, is there some way you can improve on this? No, it's really simple. It's good. Well, you fucking copy it. You do it because it's the best way you can think of doing it. And it was the best way that some other designer could think of doing it too. So you do that. So that's a detail that is good and it works and it's better than what you have. Okay, you do that. Then some other car has something else. Same thing happens. And then you have your own ideas too, which don't exist on other cars, and you do those. But the key thing is then to put them all together in a way that works. And that's where the designer comes in, because you can't copy that. That's like when I'm doing this 10 scale test of the cars. Basically, Cease and Desist and Associated, they copied the X-Ray of 2019, 18 or 19, I can't remember. But now X-Ray has a new one on the 21, so they are a step behind now. Because instead of looking at the X-Ray and taking the good things, they just copied it. And that's That's not design, in my opinion. Like, you don't understand what you're doing. This car is good. Let's make this car. I'm not interested in that. This car is good. Let's find out why. Let's use the things that make it good, and let's add our own things and make it better. That's what you're supposed to do. So I can't even remember what the question was anymore. But,
He asked, "Are we going to see some of these features on the JQ new car?"
okay, well, I kind of answered that then.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Last question, and it's one of your favorite questions of all time. It's all about e-buggy. Axel Owen loves e-buggy, and he has a JQ e-buggy, and he gets upset because you don't have any setups for it. If e-buggy pays the bill, then have JQ add up 1 second per e-buggy sale. All right. So we have 10 seconds. We have 10 seconds. Huh? Okay. Maybe we have 30 seconds for you to talk. Since he says 1 second per e-buggy sale since the BE release to talk about setup differences between nitro and electric and why. Isn't 1 second of his time worth one sale? Hashtag elitist, hashtag the forgotten. See, you got to show some e-buggy love, Joseph. But here's the thing.
Here's my e-buggy love. My annual e-buggy love. Okay? The center diff, for some reason, it wants to be run thicker. Actually, I don't know why. Maybe someone can comment and explain why. Why does the center diff need to be run thicker on e-buggy?
I think to prevent diffing out in the front wheels.
Yeah, but I don't really know why.
I don't know.
Does it really just have that much more initial power? The e-buggy?
But I mean,
well, anyway, that's something. The center diff typically needs to be a bit thicker on e-buggy. And then because it's heavier, you might want to run harder springs, 1 step harder springs, for example, and maybe you match that with 1 step harder oils.
Yeah.
But other than that, pretty much the same.
I think people don't understand. You literally drive e-buggy. You drove it at DNC, and that's it this year, I believe. And I think, was it this year or last year was your first time really driving a new e-buggy? I can't remember.
I can't remember.
I just know, like, people, there isn't much difference. Like, okay, it's you got to go. I agree, you have to go a little heavier and all that type of stuff because it's heavier, but it's generally the same setup, like from the nitro buggy to the e-buggy. So I don't know. Maybe when you embrace being an e-buggy and truggy specialist, you'll.
I'm just happy I made the Euros a main in e-buggy.
See, look, you made the Euros a main e-buggy
with the zero preparation or anything.
Yeah,
not even a new car, nothing.
I think people
just went to the race.
I think people actually, you're out there like actually testing an e-buggy, and I don't think you are. Like,
no.
But you know what? We have to pay more attention to e-buggy because, like in your video that you made, and you're anti e-buggy, and I'm trying to reverse this. I'm not anti e-buggy. I like it, but I prefer nitro. But I do think that e-buggy is the perfect entry level car for newbies.
It is.
So you know what? Embrace the e-buggy love and accept that I am right. It is paying the bills because it is the biggest class right there out right now. So hopefully the goal is to get these e-buggy guys to also be running nitro. So, but I see now they're running e-truggies and all this type of stuff. So it doesn't, you might have people that don't want to mess with nitro. That's understandable. So good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what, Joseph? That is all the questions we have. I do have an RC thought of the day. And it's going to be real quick. So
good.
Wow, you are one miserable.
I need to go.
Yeah,
I'm busy. I got places to be. Things to do.
He's all into the track now, everybody. So he's not worried about me anymore. It's all about the track and testing. Anyway, the RC thought of the week is brought to you by Sun City RC Raceway, located in El Paso, Texas. It's a world-famous, true old-school, motocross-inspired 8-scale off-road track. It sports handicapped accessibility and cover pits to drop gate starts, which we all know Josie loves drop gate starts.
Yeah.
It has everything.
Great family runs the track. I don't trust the owner.
Joey Showers and Joseph Craigreen love each other so much that they message each other regularly.
I wouldn't trust that guy.
This world-class facility has everything you need to give you the professional feel with the amazing country views to match. SCRC has 4 acres of parking with plenty of room for RVs and your trailers. The racing can carry you on into the night with a well-lit track and pit area. SCRC is privately owned by the Showers family, Joey, Christian, and Corbin, who have been into the RC scene for 20 plus years. They also
2 of those guys are cool guys.
They also own their own equipment so they can make frequent changes to the track. And when they have to keep racers entertained, and when they have bigger races, they hire professional track builders like Bobby Moore and Anthony Westergaard. Please go to Facebook, give Sun City RC Raceway a like. And if you're in the El Paso area, please go by and check them out. And I heard they have some big news coming. Maybe big news tonight. So good stuff. Thank you to Sun City RC Raceway and the Showers family. They have been extremely big supporters of the podcast and of RCGP and everything else. And good luck to Corbin and his surgeries. All right, Joseph. So my question is today is something that I talk to a lot about with people. I noticed this, and we talk about it too. Why is it that nitro guys like David Ronnefalk, Ongaro, Mayfield and Cav, they all run 10 scale. How is it that nitro guys who predominantly focus on nitro can beat these 10 scale only guys at these bigger races? I don't understand it. You know what I mean? Like you have Ronnefalk, Ongaro, they go to a 10 scale Euros, they win. They go to the Worlds, Ongaro is in the lead. Or battling with Fend, who's another 8 scale / 10 scale driver. But what I'm trying to say is Ongaro and these guys, they barely race 10 scale. And Mayfield and these guys split their talents up between 2 classes. But then you have these 10 scale only guys. That's your one job.
Mayfield, Cavalieri, and Fend and Rivkin, they come from 10 scale.
Yes.
Tebow from like gas truck, and he was more into 8 scale actually, and nitro and O'Donnell and all that stuff. So I would actually say Tebow is a nitro guy. The other guys are 10 scale.
He's Ron Reedy too.
Yeah, of course he races both, but I'm saying that as where they started and came in.
No, my point is more to
So for those guys, you can't say that they are just because they're good at 8 scale that they are 8 scale guys. No. Ronnefalk and Ongaro, they are 8 scale guys.
Yes.
Okay. Why? Because those 2 guys just happen to be 2 of the most talented drivers in the world. Like that's just it. They could start racing on road and be really good.
Yeah,
that's how good they are.
I was even talking to David the other day, and he's like, I'm actually gonna try and do the 10 scale Worlds this year, and on road. So that's good. He says I want to see. He says I want to try and do it. I want to see where I stack up. I mean, he's got a track right there he's got his own track, and I would love to see him go and do that type of stuff. But my point is more like we see this great thing in the 10 scale with the young kids with the factory tracks and the 1-up class and all these guys who are racing stock like Born a Crime, who all these guys. I don't want them to get stuck into just being 10 scale drivers. You know what I mean? Like it's good to see Drayton back, the Dragon. Drayton's super talented. Like I don't want to see them just be 10 scale drivers. I think these kids need to, they're at the age now, they're young men. They need to be running nitro. I don't want to see them put all their focus on stock or just 10 scale. I know that's what they like, and it's winter time and all this stuff. I really want to see these kids race some nitro because I think young men, sorry, not kids. I want to see these guys. I want to see the Aiden Horns and the Draytons and the Born a Crime, Matthew Gonzalez, and Renner Connects and the Fuller. Well, the Fullers do race, and Renner Connect does too. But I want to see them put as much effort into nitro racing as they do into 10 scale racing. I think it will.
Yeah, I want to see that too because it's going to raise the level even more.
Yes.
Which is insane. It's already really high, I think.
I honestly don't want them, and no disrespect to Dustin Evans or guys like JP Richards or these guys who are just 10 scale specialists, because in my book, you're a 10 scale specialist. These guys should be dominating these races because that's all they do. But you let the nitro guys come in there and they do it. Like they beat you. But I don't want to see, like, no offense to Evans. You know what I mean? I want to see Evans run 8 scale more, you know? I don't want to see these young up and coming racers that, you know, we just talked about on the last podcast. We're so hopeful about the future. I do not want to see this happen to what, you know, like to this genre of these group of guys. Like I just want to see them do it. Like I'm always on Born a Crime. When you gonna race Nitro? When you gonna race Nitro? Oh, I just might. I'm like, let's go. Like, what are we waiting for? Let's get out there. Like, I like Born a Crime. I think he's gonna be a future talent and a future pro driver in RC. I think he has the ability to do that, but I think he needs to start racing Nitro now as well.
Yeah, and he needs to start racing modified first. How about that?
That too. We gotta give him.
Just
We're gonna have to
wasting
give him.
time.
Gonna have to give him crap all year till he gets to modified. Hashtag Born a Crime. Hashtag modified. But win the stock nationals first, and then. But he needs to run some Nitro. I just think I don't want to see that happen, man. It's worrying.
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Okay, cool.
All right. Well, you know what, Joseph? Thank you. What are you doing anyway? What are you going on? We don't have a rant this week. We're gonna have an epic rant next week. I'm gonna make you so angry that you're gonna have an epic rant next week, somehow, some way.
Okay.
So, what are you going to do now? Actually, are you going to the track?
Not record this podcast.
You shut up. You know what? Thank you for your time. You know, no rant, everybody. We are going to go into the Tekno RC main interview with the fabulous one, Barry Baker. It's 3 hours long. So this is going to be a 4.5 hour podcast. Thank you guys for everything. And yeah, on to the Tekno RC main interview.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. Hashtag Tekno Takeover.
So joining me this week is a legend in the RC community. I've met him recently in the last year or so. I've had the pleasure of hearing some of his stories in the pits and the banter between him and Greg and Richard at the 40 plus races, and I love it. I think it's awesome. I'd like to welcome the fabulous one, Mr. Barry Baker. How are you, sir?
Hey, Keenan, what's happening? How are you?
I know we've been trying to do this for a while. I remember you even tried to call into the show one night when Wally was on. But thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. I'm really excited to have you on. And let's do this, man. So let's let everybody know where you're from, Barry. You're from California?
Yes, I'm from California. I live out here in the LA area. I'm originally from San Diego.
Okay.
So yeah, I've been out here. I moved up into LA in '94. So, and now myself and my girlfriend, we own a house up in Azusa, which is east of Los Angeles, about 20 miles or so. And okay. I work in Pasadena at California Institute of Technology. So, and then do my consulting with Team Losi as well.
That's right. But before you was an upstanding citizen of the regular world or a civilian clothes, you was a professional driver and one of the best in touring car and pretty much anything that you touch. I mean, you're a 2-time national champion in touring car. You don't have a world championship, but we're going to talk about that. But you finished second 3 times. TQ'd in South Africa, I believe you TQ'd in 2002, and you have multiple Reedy race in touring car wins, correct?
Yeah, total of 14 national titles.
Wow, that's impressive. That's super impressive.
And then 3-time TQ at the Worlds, 3-time second place.
Wow,
just couldn't get the win. And then 5-time Reedy Race US champion, 8-time worldwide Reedy Race champion, including a nitro touring car Reedy race.
Wow, so, I didn't realize that. See, this is what shocked me when I got researching you. I really got the scope of how big touring car was at the time, and you was doing it. Right. And I don't even understand it fully. So that's one of the questions I want to ask you. But to hear that they had a nitro touring car Reedy race, a world Reedy race, I didn't even know that. I know they had the electric off-road version like in England at one time, but I didn't realize they had a world Reedy race.
Well, we did. So there's actually in touring car, there's been Reedy races in Thailand, Hong Kong, Japan,
Really?
England, Spain. We did one where we had electric and nitro. And then I'm trying to think if there was another one. No, that's I think Germany wasn't a Reedy race, but I think we went there. Mike and I went there for a race for
Okay.
something. But yeah, I won so 5-time US being or I'm sorry, 4-time US. Yeah, 4-time US, 8-time worldwide. Excuse me on that. I keep saying 5-time,
Was
but it's 4-time. It was 2 times at Ripon in California. Sorry, my memory's gone. I'm old now.
no worries.
Yeah, just turned 50. Holy cow.
In May, I was watching an interview before we came on here.
Yeah, 50. We're going on 51.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 times at Ripon, California, which was the Reedy race started. And then 2-time at in Aliso Viejo, the Tamiya track.
Mhm.
And then I won a Reedy race in Thailand, which was an international Reedy race for touring car. One in England, one in Hong Kong, and then also there was a nitro touring car Reedy race along with electric that was in Spain, and I won the nitro one. And Billy Easton won the electric one while we were there.
Really? Billy Easton was a badass on-road driver too? I didn't know that.
Billy and Mark, they were
Really?
super fast, and with the TC3 when it first came out.
Mhm.
And I mean, even throughout, I mean, Mark was really fast in nitro touring car as well. Mark, I TQ'd the 2002 touring car worlds in Cincinnati,
Mhm.
the World Cup, and then we had 3 cars in the top 4. That was when the top 4 transferred straight to the main and on road.
Okay.
It was the Nitro TC3, and it was just had come out, and we'd done maybe a year or so on it. And I TQ'd. Mark was 3rd, and Billy was 4th qualifier. So 3 cars directly into the final with Michael Salvin, the legend
guy.
from Serpent. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was the 2nd qualifier there. So we had 3 out of the 4, and then in the main, we took off, and about 4 laps in, I go around a corner, my car just spins out, and I broke a diff screw in the rear of the car.
And you
And
never broke one before, I remember you said that.
yeah, well, I mean, it like Cliff. I called Cliff after the race, and Cliff let, and he said, well, those things are rated to like break 1 out of every 30,000 or something screws. And he goes, "Good thing it happened to you and not a customer." I said, "Awesome at a Worlds."
Yeah, at a Worlds. Wow. Yeah. Impressive. And that's
But
crazy.
but the impressive thing about that weekend, the whole thing was about 10 minutes into a 60-minute final, Mark's radio spring, his steering wheel spring broke on him.
Really?
Yeah. So he had to drive. I don't know if you've ever driven a wheel radio
Hard.
and taken the spring out and tried to get that thing to center.
No, but I've seen one before with a snapped
It's
spring.
almost impossible to get that thing to go straight.
Of course.
And Mark drove 50 minutes of that race with a broken and won the race.
No, that's incredible, man. When you talk about things like that, I've had Pavitas on her, but now that you talk from you and you think of things like that, you can, and others that have talked to him, you can see how good of a racer he actually was and how competitive he was back
He's
in the day.
by far one of the greatest that I've ever seen, and still to this day, I mean, if he put time into it, he still would be fast.
No,
So
it's impressive,
now
man.
now he's got his son Ryan out there running, so that's cool.
Yeah, yeah. All right,
And
man.
comes to the
Oh, sorry,
track
go
every
ahead.
once in a while with him.
Yeah. All right. So I like to ask everybody that comes on her, because we might have some people that don't know who you are. There might be some new people in RC that don't know who you are. But I always like to find out how you got into RC cars. Like, what was your first experience with an RC car, and how did that work? How did that happen for you?
Okay, it was back in I was a late starter actually in RC. I started in 86. And so that put me at 16, right before I turned 16.
Okay.
I think I started in like April of 86. and that was really big. The San Diego scene was pretty good at the time, but I was riding skateboards at the time, and I
Mm,
don't know if you've ever heard of Del Mar Skate Park, the
yes.
ranch.
Yes.
That was the original ranch skate park,
Right.
and that's why when the ranch pit shop, they had a track down there. That's what held the 87 Worlds.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, so I started in 1986.
Do you remember your first car?
I
First
do.
real car?
Well, I remember seeing these. I was riding my skateboard in the freestyle area, which was right next. There was a fence that separated the freestyle pool,
Hmm.
big long freestyle pool. I wasn't very good at skateboarding.
Okay. All right. I was about to ask, was you any good
Oh
at
no.
it?
Oh no. Oh no. But I did hang out with Tony Hawk when we were younger
Okay.
because he's 2 years older than I am.
All right.
He, San Diego, he was always at Del Mar. I mean, I knew Alan Losi from skateboarding, not
Mhm.
from RC racing, because I hung out there. I mean, I was a local there. My house was, 5 minutes away by bicycle,
Okay.
from Del Mar skate and the Del Mar racetrack right there.
Wow.
We lived right up on the hill in Solana Beach. So I mean, I would ride my bike to the or with my skateboard on my back and go to the skateboard park and hang out there all weekend long. Because for a kid, you get a pass, and it was like, a monthly pass was like $30 or something like that back then.
Hmm.
So you could go anytime you wanted, and it was the old school, those old 80s movies of kids hanging out at the skate park and eating pizza and
Yeah.
drinking.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it was. And then they had the big, contests and everything. And so I would just hang out there. But I remember in the skate park, I was in the freestyle pool and just cruising around and probably falling like I normally did. And I look across the fence and I see these people that are driving. And at the time, it was a dirt oval. They had a little off-road track in the center of it, but they were really big for dirt oval.
Hmm.
Somehow it was one of those big weekends. They had some big weekend race down there. I don't know if it was a JG race or whatever it was, but it might have been just a series race. But Eddie and Linda Perez owned the track. It was called E&L Raceway. They had purchased it from Pops Losi, and they moved the track. It was back near a driving range, and they moved it from there to where it sat at the time that I saw it. And I'm watching these people go around the track, and I literally went, I could do that. That doesn't look that hard.
Really?
That
I
was my
think most people say that too nowadays.
that was my first thought. So I saw it. I'm like, I could do that. But then, time passed and everything. And I was big time into golf at the time. And so I would play golf a lot, through junior high, high school, played on the golf team. But I was with my mother on our way to the Price Club, which was before Costco. That's
Okay.
what Price Club turned into Costco. And there was one in San Marcos, and there was which is in like northeastern San Diego. And we were going to Price Club, and I said, can we go to the golf shop? Well, if we went into a golf shop, I would spend $150, $200 every time in there, no matter
That's a
what.
lot of money back then in the 80s.
Well, yeah, but I mean, golf was expensive. I would get like a new putter or this or something like that. I would convince my mom that I needed 4 dozen new golf balls or something. Who knows?
Right.
But it was more along the lines of, let's go and do this. And so while we were in the Price Club, I saw an RC car, and it sprung in my head, I can go do this.
Mhm.
And it was a Tamiya Frog.
Really, they sold it in the supermarket.
It was one of those combo packs. It was a Tamiya Frog combo pack that came with that brick battery, which was the 5x1 with
Yes,
the
I
one
remember
little
that.
battery on top, and because it fit perfectly into, and it was a hard case,
Mhm.
and it came with the over the night charger that you plugged into the wall. It was a trickle charger. And then it also came with a stick radio.
Mhm. Was it the Alpha ones, I think?
No, it was a Tamiya stick radio. It was
Really?
oh yeah, it was junk. It was like gray or something like that.
Did you ever have one of the radios that had the slide and the steering wheel? So you had
No,
to
no,
have
no, no, no.
okay.
No,
Yeah.
no. The old Futaba that they actually they modified and put uh they put slot car handles on the backside of the radio. Somebody mounted a slot car gun on the backside of the radio and triggered it into that was the throttle, and that's where the whole pistol grip came from.
Really? I
Was
never knew that.
yeah, that's where it pretty much started.
Mhm.
Was
See,
they had the old box Futaba radios that had the little it was like a little switch on the side that would go
yep,
both ways.
I
And
remember
then you
that's what
had
I'm
the
talking
wheel
about.
on the front, right?
Mhm.
Then somebody adapted a slot car trigger pistol to the backside of one and wired it in and got it there. And that's what started the whole pistol grip.
No way.
Yeah,
Insane, insane.
yeah.
So you got this Tamiya car. Now, did you go bashing or did you did you go right to Rand's pit stop with it?
This is the best thing that happened. Okay. So I got it on a Friday night. I remember it, completely remember it. So I'm there on a Friday night. And I start building the thing.
Okay.
And it's a kit. It's not,
You're using the
people are lucky they got pre-built these days, these ready to runs.
and you probably was using the L-shaped Allen hexes that would always round out and were hard as heck to use anyway. If
Oh
you
yeah,
had to use
I
that.
use household tools.
Yeah.
So I've got, all this crap and everything and I'm trying to use household screwdrivers that don't fit and all this other stuff. And I end up building the thing. And then we get to painting the body. Okay. So I think I'm going to be cool and I'm going to put a racing stripe. I don't even see that there's window mask. So my cool thing about racing stripe is it said, make sure to tape your windows and your design. Like in the manual, it said this. I didn't know you had to use a special kind of tape, so I busted out Scotch tape.
Oh boy.
And I used Scotch tape to tape a racing stripe right down the center.
Right.
Now, what's the first rule in painting? Paint the darker colors first, the lighter colors last, so nothing bleeds through, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I painted white, and then I painted a red stripe down the center of it after trying to get the Scotch tape off. Yeah, it looked like a bloody mess
Oh my gosh.
when I was done with it. So, but I got to. So we're talking about, we're talking about a Tamiya Frog that had the knobby front tires and then the holiday buggy rear tires on it, and it's got the 5-step speed control in it.
Viper.
The wiper speed control that was like 3 steps forward, and then it had 2 steps of reverse, really slow, and then just full speed. And when it went into reverse, it seemed like it was way faster than it went forward. And then I'm on like an AM radio that is I don't even know what frequency I'm on, and so I decided I'm going to go to the track. But I thought that the battery was fully charged. Like it came fully charged. So I never even plugged in the battery overnight while I'm trying to build this thing.
Oh man.
So I'm just a mess trying to get onto the track the first time. And when I got onto the track, I ended up going and I went like 1 lap and my whole car died because I didn't know that the battery was not
and you had
charged.
to wait, and I was an overnight charger, so you would have to wait all night to charge it up again.
Well, somehow, some way, I met a guy named Danny Ager, who I still know to this day, who still races.
Really?
He was nice enough that he charged my battery for me, but then he's like, you can't use that speed control. By the end of the night, I had spent like $150 on new stuff. So I got this Novak 2 speed control, the electronic speed control that somebody sold me for like $50. And then I got him to wire this thing up, and I got a new battery pack, but I'm still running a Frog, and I don't even have the right tires on my car. So the next day there's a race there. That was a Saturday. The Sunday there was a club race there, and I entered in rookie class, and I went out there and I still got my stick radio, still rocking the sticks, still rocking the frog. And just like they said, like everybody says all the time, once you win your first race, you're hooked.
Mm-hmm.
And I raced rookie my very first race, and I mean, I literally was getting absolutely smoked by a person who had a real dirt oval car and everything. But I was the only other person that could actually get around the track in rookie.
Really?
And this guy completely wadded his car up with like 2 minutes to go and like broke his car. And I was already like 4 laps down, I think, in an oval race at like the
Right.
2-minute mark. And all I had to do was like putt around. And I ended up winning. And it was like really cool. My very first, rookie race that I ever raced. And I was like, you're hooked from there. I can tell you this much. The frog didn't last very long. There was an RC10 that was in my hands the next week. And then I was building it up, and then I realized that RC racing can be very expensive
Really? I imagine.
really quick. So, I
So,
mean,
so you did start an off-road. I'm still here. My camera's,
no,
yeah.
I didn't. I started in dirt ovals. I made
Dirt oval, sorry.
an RC10 dirt oval conversion.
Oh,
So like
I didn't realize it was so big back then.
Trackmaster, they all had dirt oval conversions. You could take a dirt oval. Andy's RC made parts for dirt oval cars. Oh yeah. It was
Wow.
a big deal where, they made dirt oval conversions. But my big thing, what I like to do is, I mean, I think dirt oval is awesome. And I think the RC Chili Bowl is cool. That just finished up this weekend. I actually watched the RC Chili Bowl a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty awesome to see. I wish more people would have adhered to all of the rules and everything there. This RC racing that's going on in this pandemic, people say, oh, you got to wear masks and you got to do this and you got to do that. For people who have underlying health issues like myself,
Mm-hmm.
that's the reason why I'm not going to races,
Yeah.
because I watched the first couple races and you have all these race directors that says, we will make you wear, mask, and we'll do this and we'll do that and we'll do this. And you see pictures even of superstars and they don't have masks on, or they're down around their, their mouth and stuff like that. It's like, if people aren't going to, live by the rules, then
Yeah, I understand that. I
yeah.
understand that. I'm
And I mean,
actually,
that's the tough thing for me.
yeah, like I'm kind of trying to figure out about DNC coming up here
Right.
in February, if I'm gonna go or what I'm gonna do. So I'm just kind of waiting here to the end of the month and then I'll make my decision. But I'm not sure. I want to go. I really do. But for me, I, I don't want to get sick either. Obviously, I'm I'm a prime target for that. But for me, like I just like my biggest fear is getting stuck in America or not being able to come back. No, I mean, I'm like if I get stuck there, I don't have my insurance, all that type of stuff. All my life is
We have
here, so
Ty Tessman's here now.
I see that. I see that.
It's easier. I talked to Gord. It's easier for Ty and Gord to come here
Mhm,
to America, because America's like, here, come on in.
mhm, but
We're
going
letting
back,
everybody in. We're letting everybody in. But the countries that people are coming from aren't letting them back.
right? That's
Like,
the problem.
so like if Gord, they're down here for the warm-up race, right?
Mhm.
So if they were down here for the warm-up race and they went home, they would have to quarantine for 14 days at home before they can do anything else, which puts them to where they couldn't
Right.
even come. They'd be right on the time schedule to come back for the
They might
regular.
as well just stay in California to the race.
They're actually going to do, they're going to do the warm-up race, and then they're going to do there's a JBRL finals at Thunder Alley the following week, which I think will be very big because you're going to have 2 weeks of running on the
Mhm.
Thunder Alley track.
That's what they need. They haven't been really racing much, obviously.
And then they're going to Chicago, I think, for the Chi-Town shootout, and then they'll come back for the DNC. So they're spending like a month's worth of racing out here just because they can do that, and it makes
Mhm.
it easier for them to go there.
I
I mean,
understand that.
I would love for Dakota to come out and do all these races and everything, except he's busy with other things. So
Yeah.
we're trying to just make sure that everything's ready to go.
We're gonna talk about fan later on.
Okay.
But back
But
I
back to
yeah.
getting starting racing. So it was dirt oval, right? And then they decided they were going to level the dirt oval track, or they were gonna expand it and make it into off-road. So I got into off-road a little bit, and I had the very first JRX2 to ever hit San Diego.
How'd you manage that one?
I worked at a hobby shop,
Okay.
and it was like the only hobby shop in like San Diego at the time that like got the cool stuff. Every
Right.
other one was like hobby people and Playco toys that had hobbies, but this was an actual hobby shop.
Gotcha.
And yeah, we ordered one, and it came in, and I said, I'm taking that. And the hobby shop owner said, no, you're not. And I said, I'll pay full retail for it. He goes, then if you pay full retail for it, then you can have it. I ended up
Yeah.
getting it at our cost, but still. But yeah, so I built it up that night and went out and raced it with the orange Star wheels, but started racing off-road, really fell into off-road. But then at that time we could race. I was telling people there was a time back in San Diego where we had 7 different tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wow.
you could race club racing 6 nights a week.
That's a lot of tracks.
It was awesome. I mean, the
What was the
best track.
turnout at a track like that on a Wednesday night at one of
Say
those
that?
club races?
What was
What
that
was
again?
what was like the participation rate? How many people would you see on like a Wednesday night club race back then?
70 to 100 people.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, that was on a weekday. On the weekends, we would get up to 150 people.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy, man.
There was a racetrack that was outdoors at the San Diego Stadium. And that was pretty cool on Friday nights. You would have to get there at 3:00
Mhm.
in the afternoon to start lining up to get in the gate at 5:00 because they would like start turning people away.
No, these are all off-road tracks, right?
This was off-road.
Mm-hmm.
This was all off-road. Probably one of the best tracks I've ever raced at was a place called the Naval Training Center, San Diego Naval Training Center. And it was taken care of by some of the naval guys like Chuck Erickson, who still lives in Colorado, who moved to Colorado from San Diego, and some other guys like Crazy Kevin, the guy who's involved at Crazy Kevin's Hobbies down in San Diego. They were all
Okay.
naval guys. So, but they had red clay. They had
Like
they
that.
had like East Coast red clay
Yeah.
at that track. Somehow they had red clay.
Wow. You
And
don't see that in California at all.
no, but it had a
LA.
little mixture of sand in it.
Mhm.
So it was a little weird. It wasn't like tacky. It was a little weird. It wasn't like racing at Lake Park, but it was because your
Mhm.
car got orange. But it was that track was awesome. But
Really?
when you went there and you were a regular civilian and you weren't military, it was right next to the bowling center.
Okay.
Well, the bowling center had like a snack bar inside, but you couldn't purchase anything from the snack bar if you weren't military.
Right.
Right? So, you used to have to, like, wait for people to, like, go
Yeah,
in and
I've
be
done
like,
that.
"Dude, can you get me a burger and a Coke," or something like that, you know? And then but they used to have, like, they used to have big on-road races in the parking lot at the Naval Training Center too. The people that were there were into RC
Okay.
at the training center, and they let people, do things down there, but then, at an A scale nitro race down there, somebody got hit and they broke a leg, and that was the end of racing on the Naval Training Center. It was the end of it for off-road too. They said there's too
Right.
much liability here.
Right. Now, what years was this? Was the late 80s, early 90s we're talking about this?
This
Or
was Yeah, this was probably 86 through early 90s, 91, 92.
okay, so at this time was you like making waves? Was you sponsored? What like I guess I kind of want to know like where you went after the dirt oval and all that stuff, like what your path to becoming a pro and
Well,
all that.
I met Mike Reedy through Dirt Oval,
Okay.
and I met Eric Soderquist. I don't know if you've ever heard of his name. He was the motor guy for Twister Motors. Mike
Okay.
Walker, who owned Twister.
I remember the motors, but I wouldn't know those guys. I just read about them in the magazines, the
So
motors.
you know who Chris Moore is, right?
Yes.
From Mugen.
Yes.
Okay. Chris lived 3 blocks away from me.
Really?
I knew Chris, but I didn't know him until I got into RC. But we grew up like 3 blocks away from each other.
Was he into RC when you met him? Well, obviously.
Yeah, he was a superstar back then.
Really?
And he would come in, I'd see him in the magazines like Competition Plus, and then he would come into our hobby shop to get, little things like motor spray or this or that. And I'd be like, that's the guy on the front of the magazine right there, Competition Plus, because he just
Mhm.
won the Reedy race at Hot Tracks
Oh,
in
wow.
'88. So I mean, it was like, or '87 or '88, somewhere in that era. And I mean, it was so I started talking to him, and we had been, we started, talking, and he ran for Twister, and him and some other guys from down there in San Diego, and they had a big dirt oval race. So I met Soderquist, and then Soderquist started helping me out with motors.
Mhm.
But I'd known Mike Reedy, and me and this guy, me and my friend Tyler used to race like every week, and Tyler ended up getting sponsored by Reedy and Associated, and I didn't, so I was kind of bummed. And but then eventually, I got sponsored. Reedy started helping me with motors and stuff
Right.
like that.
W- When
And
when we're talking sponsor, we're like talking like help if because he was really
just
motors
help.
with him.
Just
Yeah.
I wasn't paying for anything, but
Mhm.
I wasn't a back then being sponsored was you were 100%.
Mhm.
There was no 50% drivers.
Right.
You were 100%. And I mean, there was only, a couple handful of people that were sponsored
Right.
back then. You were just getting help from people.
Okay.
And I finally got my first 100% sponsor was Twister Motors.
Really? Now, how was it back then? Did they travel? Did you just stay in the local area there, or did you travel outside of your
Oh,
region? Or
I was doing everything. I mean, God rest his soul, Kinwald and we met at a race, and we just clicked. Him and I.
really,
Oh yeah, him and I. He's by far was my best friend in RC.
really
Yeah,
interesting.
I used to go up to Costa Mesa and spend the weekend up at his house in Fountain Valley, one weekend, and we'd go racing. And then he would come down and race down in San Diego and stay at my place. So it was, yeah, we were really good friends. And I mean, I just,
What
I really miss the guy. I
what
still
is
to this day.
what is it that made? I know we're kind of going off tangent, but I knew he was going to do that on this anyway. But I
I
would
don't.
like to. I
We're
don't
going
care
in
either.
75 different directions today.
That's
Trust
fine. That's fine. What was it about talking about Kinwald? Because I just knew him from the magazines and never, way before I even got involved in the industry. But what was it that made him Kinwald and just dominant in his time?
his passion,
Really?
his passion to win,
Did he do? Was he like I heard Greg when I Degani, he was saying, I did what I did everything I needed to do to win. You know what I mean?
including
And
cheat.
yeah, well, the gray area. Was he one of those guys, or was he one of those guys? I'm gonna win within the parameters that I have and just do my best I can.
um, there's guys like that now
Mhm.
that take a car. I'll put Cavallari, and I'll put um, a lot of the times Mayfield, Tebow, Dakota, the top guys, Ronnefolk.
Mhm.
They have a car, and they know it can't do something, so they don't go for it. Do you
Okay.
understand what I'm saying? They drive their car within the means of what it's going. If it's not set up right for that qualifier, they drive it to the best of their ability. They take their qual points and they move on from there. Okay. Where a for somebody, you tell people don't overdrive your car. Well, those guys never overdrive their car.
I get what you mean.
They take it right to the point, and that's all they can do. If they don't have the grip, they drive right to the point of where it's going to lose grip, and that's it. And wherever the cards fall for that qualifier. But then
Mhm.
you have a lot of people who say, well, if I don't have a grip, I'm going to make the grip. You're not going to make the grip. You're just going to lose time over and over and over again.
Mhm.
So what Kinwald did was he found that extra tenth.
Mhm.
That tenth that nobody else could find, he found it. Now, was it because he turned his tires inside out and became the first bar tire? He's the one he took a
Right.
taper pin, and he cut it open, and he turned it inside out, put foam in there, and the inside carcass is what the BK bar was.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay. And he did it because the tracks were evolving. But I knew Brian was going to be incredible, and I knew Brian was going to be a pain in the butt to go racing with when we went to a track. in La Mirada one time, and we used to run these Kyosho fuzzy tires.
Mm-hmm.
That was the tire. And they were such a small pin, you could just blow the pin off, right? And the pin would just be feathered after one run. And he would come back and not even work on his car. He would take his tires off his car. There were 1,000 pins on each one of those tires.
Wow.
And between qualifiers, he would just snip the edges of every single pin to make them sharp again, and then go back out there and race before the final.
Guys would even run those tires nowadays. They just have one runs. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
right. But this was the way Kinwald was. He knew what to do. You know, he was by far the best with tire prep that ever was.
Interesting.
So
That's amazing, man. I like it's cool to hear personal stories from people that knew him so well. And I would guess he was an early influence and early memories, because that was my next question. Uh who were your early influences in those days? And we've talked about some of your early memories, but who was the guy you looked up to coming up? Or was it like, I want to beat, or the guy that you wanted to beat and beat him and be better?
I don't think I mean, I had some local guys down in San Diego that I always wanted to beat.
Right.
I mean, but
That's what I mean. And when you was coming up as in your early racing career, who was the guy that influenced you, or a guy that you just had to beat?
I I don't even I mean, I don't when I started going to big races, it was like, I mean, I was in the G main and the H main and stuff like that. And I mean, back when they had those before, when there were only 2 classes instead of
Right.
22 classes and only a B main, you know, you put on your resume, oh, I make every A or B main. That's because there's only 19 people in the race. Um, no, this is back in the day when you actually had 2 classes, stock and modified.
Mhm.
And the professionals or the sponsored guys raced both classes.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They would race stock and they would race modified. So,
Stock wasn't like it was now, is it? Back
what do
then,
you mean?
like, just crazy money, lightening up everything. I mean, I'm sure while back then you did a lot of that stuff yourself.
We'll talk about stock later because that's definitely one subject that we need to talk about in this day and age of racing. But it's not stock; it's stockified anyway.
I
Um,
actually think it should be called modified now.
I mean, I could tell you that half the time the top qualifier in stock would be somewhere in the A qualifier and modified.
There you
So
go.
yeah.
All right. All right.
No, as far as influence and stuff, Cliff was always a big influence to me.
Mhm.
Like he was at the top of the game, him. And when Jay Halsey showed up, it was like, oh, there's Jay Halsey. And um
These guys were superstars.
they were
Superstars.
Cliff was a stud. I mean, he had his Oakleys and
Yes.
his dolphin shorts and his, tank tops. And
Yeah.
he'd show up at races.
1980.
He was definitely he was the guy to beat when you went to races.
Really.
And then you had, Gil O.C. Jr. and, Jack Johnson.
I keep hearing Jack Johnson's name. I don't know him.
Oh, Jack was the Motown Missile. That's what he won the Detroit Nationals and got a motor, Revelation motor or
Really.
Revolution motor. Rick Howard, when I started racing on road, he was, the guy.
Mhm.
And I mean, when he sponsored me, I thought it was like the greatest thing ever.
Wow.
And going to races with him and Randy Hunter.
How
I mean,
old were you when you were going to races with these guys?
I started my very first big race that I ever went to. I was 19 years old.
Okay.
I didn't go. I mean, I went to some bigger races like 88. I drive to some races. The first race I ever flew to was 1989. 12 scale nationals in Arizona. Now I flew there, but I flew there with like my sister, she was my chaperone at the time because she's 3 years older, and she went to party. And because we were like near Arizona State University, it was
Oh
in
yeah.
the old SRS. And oh yeah, I think I got second at that race. That was my very first. This was the big thing because I was the hot shoe in stock at that time in 12 scale outdoor racing. I that
Okay.
But on the West Coast. And then there was John Orr. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but he's from the East Coast. He was from Rome, New York, and he was the hot shoe 12 scale stock guy. And we ended up meeting at the Nationals, and neither of us won.
Oh my gosh. Well, I guess when did it start clicking that hey, I can do this for a living? I guess when did you start making RC car racing a living?
When I had to.
Okay. But you always did you always work in the industry to that
No,
point? Oh, okay.
no. And so in 19, I would pretty much say this is how it really started. Is I was good enough to be sponsored, and I was good enough I was getting travel taken care of, but I wasn't getting a paycheck.
Okay.
I mean, in order to get a paycheck back then, you had to work in the industry. You had to work for the factory.
Mhm.
Kinwald was working for Associated, and Mark and Billy were working for Associated, and Cliff was working, Cliff was the head guy at Associated and all this other stuff. So,
You had to
um,
have a real like a job title there.
yeah, you had to at least have a job title. Like they would make room, like for Billy, it's like, and Kinwald and Pavitas was like, here, cut brushes or something like that in the motor department.
Yeah.
And but they would make room.
Right. I get it. Just
Like
so
they
they were
did
doing
like they
something.
did for me when I first started. I mean,
Mhm.
to get a paycheck. But so in 1993, I was 23 years old, and I was working for Cobra Golf at the time. And I was making all of they just came out. I was a golfer, like I said. And luckily my dad's friend who he grew up with in high school owned the company before they sold it to Titleist. But so they gave me a job, and I was working with the R&D department because I understood about golf clubs. So I worked, and I was making all these new face balanced mallet putters, and I was doing that. And a job opened up at Cobra Golf for tour club maker, like
Mhm.
assistant for all the tour players. And at that time it was Greg Norman, Hale Irwin, and a bunch of other guys that were playing for Cobra. And you would go to the course, and you would, fit them and thing, and then come back, make clubs, do, weird stuff. And I applied for that job, and I didn't get it.
Mm.
And I didn't get it because I wasn't experienced enough. But I
Okay.
thought I should have got it. I thought I was the most, knowledgeable person to be able to get that job, and it pissed me off. And I pretty much said, now that I didn't get that job, I don't want to keep doing what I'm doing because I don't know where I'm going to go here. And I decided I was going to take a job. I had this opportunity the weekend before that happened that I got turned down. I had an opportunity that arose in Orange County Orange County, California, which was, 45 minutes, an hour north of where I was living, to go take a job up there with the guy who owned RCO, which is Orange County ORC, RCO. Yeah. RC Off Road, Orange County. And it used to be, his, do you know Brent Figge?
No,
Who
I
used
don't.
to okay, well, Brent Figge's dad used to own RCO, but he owned a tire center as well.
Okay.
He said, hey, um, let me give you a job, and you can work at the tire center, and then you can go to races and do all this other stuff. And then you can help out at the hobby shop when it is, but I'll give you a job at the tire center. So I decided I was going to take a leap of faith and move out for the first time. So I moved out of my house when I was 23 years old. Moved out of my parents' house finally at 23 years old. Now that's late for a lot of people, but yeah, I was
Mm.
like pretty much, sponging and, being able to go to races. And I mean, I didn't have any bills, so I
Right.
could do whatever the hell I wanted to do.
Well, when you
So
moved out,
what's that?
And you
And then
moved out, you had bills.
I moved out, and then I realized what bills are.
Yeah.
But when I was looking around, I decided that, who am I going to move in with? I need a roommate. You can't afford to live in Orange County, California without a roommate, especially back then when I was young and I didn't really have a job. So Mike Reedy's son, Darren Westman, Darren and I moved in together.
Oh, yeah?
And we went and got a thing, we went and got an apartment and all this other stuff. And so I started working for this Daytona Tire Center. I moved up to Orange County, and I've been up in, the LA area for 27 years now.
How
So,
long did that last at the tire center? And how was
geez. Let's see. I was at the tire center for maybe 3 months or so. And then, no,
It's a
wait.
long
This is a good story.
Okay.
So I'm at the front counter. Guy comes in and says, "Is that your business license up there? Can I see that to get a number off of it?"
Oh, gosh.
I hand it to him. The guy puts it into a briefcase and says, "You guys are now closed." It was the federal government because
Wow.
the owner of the shop's brother, who was the manager,
hmm
had not been turning in taxes for like the last
Oh,
5
gosh.
years or something like that.
Oh, wow.
So
So they really got shut down.
they said you have 15 minutes to gather all your belongings, and then this place is all going to be locked up. And within 15 minutes, there was about 20 people there putting tape and locks on everything.
What did you do then?
Wait. So this person that owned the tire company also owned a construction company.
Oh, Lord.
And do you remember what happened? I moved up here in 1994. Do you remember what happened in 94 in January?
No,
The
I was still a young man.
The
I was a young
Northridge
boy.
earthquake happened January 17th,
Oh, right.
94, and leveled northern Los Angeles. Well, so
Wow.
Figgy had a construction company. He said, "Well, sorry what happened here. Come work at the construction company. You can work in demolition." He goes, and I said, "What's that?" And he goes, "You'll have fun with it." So I get up at 4:30 in the morning the next morning to drive up north to go to this place that I have to be there by like 6:00. Okay. They're working until 4:00 in the afternoon, just destroying stuff, like taking hammers to like fountains, houses, just leveling houses because they're going to build them back up.
Right.
That was not for this fat kid. I'll tell you that much.
Construction's hard, man.
I did it one day,
No
never
way.
showed back up again.
Oh, that guy must have been pissed off at you.
No. I just told him I can't do that.
Okay.
And he goes, "Well, I don't have another job for you," and everything. So how do I tell my parents that I failed within the first 4 months of living, of leaving?
I know.
Now I'm like robbing from Peter to pay Paul, and, doing all this other stuff, and, trying to find odd jobs and do this and do that and do this. And for like a year, I'm like bouncing around places. And finally, one day, and then at one point, I was actually Reedy, because I was living with Reedy's son. Reedy goes, "How are we going to be able to get you to pay rent?" Because I was like late for rent, like every
Right.
month for 6 months straight. And I was hoping to God, I was gambling, playing poker at the poker houses, trying to get money, and I would have a bad losing streak. And then you're like borrowing money from other people. I think of one person, I think I even borrowed from a loan shark, which,
Wow.
I didn't know he was a loan shark, but I borrowed. But luckily that night I won and got to pay him back the next day. And I didn't realize that he was an actual loan shark until somebody said, "Dude, if you didn't pay him back the next day, you probably would have had a broken leg or a broken arm." I didn't know. I was just like, "This guy's handing out money, dude. Give me $1,000. I'm good." So, so, yeah. But then at that one point, Reedy just said, "Okay, we got to find you a way for you to make some money." So I started taking all the Yokomo teardowns that they were making their things and soldering brushes and soldering capacitors at home. I was doing this all at home, and I
Okay.
was working as an outside contractor for like piecework for Reedy Modifieds at the time. And he'd give me a case, and a case of motors was 400 motors at the time.
That's
And I could do a case in less than a day.
really.
And I was getting like, yeah. and getting like a buck a motor and stuff like that, and you doing like 8 hours. I mean,
That's
you're looking at
$400 a day.
that's
That's good
400
money.
bucks a day,
No
right?
shit.
That's if I had enough work, that's like $2,000 a week,
Yeah.
and $2,000 would pay like my monthly bills at the time. So I mean, I'm like trying to do as many cases, but then you can only do so much
Right.
because there's only so much work when these stuff come in. You can't sell that much stuff,
Oh
throughout the
shit, it's
month.
not sustainable.
It's not, 1 week I'm like living large and then I spend all my money. And the next week it's like, you got any work for me? He's like,
Oh, I
no,
know
I
all that.
haven't got anything. So yeah. And then, my grandmother helped me out and I went to my grandmother. She helped out with some stuff and then had to go to my parents and get some money one time. And I mean, I was a mess. I mean, I was very irresponsible with everything I did. And just ended up, I was at SoCal, the original SoCal one night, and somebody approached me and said, "Hey, my name's Joe Maloney, and I work for Max Tech Motors. Will you come run for us? We're willing to pay you." And I'm thinking to myself, okay, we got a race that's coming up in an on-road race that was coming up in Vegas, and I'm like, okay, how much are you going to pay me? And he gives me a number and I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I'm thinking that's per month. No, they wanted to pay me that per year. And they gave it to me up front. And then the next month I'm like, where's my paycheck? And they're like, oh no, that was, per year kind of thing. And I'm like, oh man. So they ended up, I mean, that's when it all started, the whole Max Tech thing. The Max
I remember
Tech,
those motors.
yeah, that the Max Tech movement started where, I mean, Hodap, myself, for Atani, we're all living in the guest house of a mansion up in Beverly Hills together. Yeah, with the Max Tech people, because they were living in the guest house, like a 4-bedroom guest house that was up
Wow.
in the back of a mansion. Oh yeah, on North Bedford in Beverly Hills. My ID said 90210, and this was when Beverly Hills 90210 was like big. So that was my my address on my ID. So when I showed it to people, like back in the Midwest, they're like, "Oh my God, you live in Beverly Hills?" I'm like, "Yes."
Literally.
Yeah, I
How long did
literally
you live there for?
I only lived there like a year or something like that.
You
But it was
you have a very unconventional way to becoming a pro driver. It almost sounds like one of these skater dudes or like dudes that were trying to make it in skateboarding or biking back in the 90s. You was trying to make it as an RC car racer, like back in the 90s, like living that 90s couch life.
I was living a couch life and everything.
Wow.
But my biggest break happened when I really realized that I could make a living doing this.
Hmm.
I mean, at that time I was like on living on hopes and dreams.
Sounds like
You
a JQ budget,
Well,
the unicorn budget, we call it.
oh, well, I mean, I was just getting by doing
Hmm.
whatever I could do, racing, when I could race. Luckily, having people behind me. I mean, I was taking jobs where, I worked for worked for a water distribution place.
Wow, you work everywhere.
Yeah. So, but this was yeah, the water distribution place was kind of funny because they guaranteed you when I went to go, they said, "Okay, you're guaranteed $1,500 a month." And I'm like, "Okay, I could deal with, 1,500, but for every water system that you sell over 5, you get $300 more
Hmm.
per month." Because these water systems that you would sell into these big companies and stuff, they were a water filtration system.
Okay.
And if you went out and you sold them, right? I mean, you would get a $300 commission for every one. You're expected to sell 5 per month,
Right.
and that's
So that's
what made it 1,500. And
right. Okay. That's where you got it from.
if you came up short, your quota was 5, right? If you came up short for like 1 or 2 months, they would say, "Oh, that's okay. You'll get them next time," kind of thing, right? But if you sold 0 like I did for 2 months, you got fired because you you didn't go out. You were just guaranteed money. You were
Right.
guaranteed $1,500.
So that didn't last too long either, I take it.
There was this guy that was like rolling in a Mercedes. I said, "What? How did you get that?" And he goes, "Oh, I landed an account with or a job at this high rise place, and they put in like 200 of those filtration systems. So this guy made a bank off of one
Kidding.
job, and he goes, all you need is one job and you'll make your year, right? But those guys wanted to work. I wanted to race.
Right.
Okay. So I put all my work aside and I'm like, as long as they just keep paying me well, if you're not showing up to the meetings, and you're not doing this, eventually they're going to say, hey, ho, you got to go.
You think just a little bit. Yeah.
So I went and said bye-bye. So now I'm like, what do I do again? And that's when the whole Max Tech thing came around. And then, but I was lucky enough that Max Tech got hooked up with Butch Krolls in Japan as their distributor. Butch was married to Cheiko Yokobori, Tom Yokobori's sister, the owner of Yokomo.
Okay.
So when Butch got like certain people sponsored by Yokomo, one of them being me, and when I got sponsored by Yokomo, I started winning races. And they said, we want to sponsor you and we want to pay you. Really? So now I'm getting paid from Max Tech and I'm getting paid from Yokomo.
And this is for touring car or off-road?
This was for at one point, you're going to get a kick out of this. Okay. I'm the only person to ever be sponsored at one time. Okay. By Trinity, Yokomo, Team Losi, and Team Associated at the same time.
No, you're going to have to explain that.
Okay. Trinity, motors and batteries.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yokomo, touring car. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And four-wheel drive off-road car.
Okay, because AE didn't have one.
Losi, two-wheel drive and truck.
Okay.
Off-road. 12 scale, 10 scale pan car from Team Associated because Losi didn't have touring or on-road cars.
And you weren't, and back then you kind of had to run really electronics if you ran AE, correct?
Right.
So, yeah. And Trinity was rolling the money back then and earning
Yeah.
first start. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I had at that point, I was living it up. I got all those sponsors and everything was great. And I mean, I worked for Yokomo from 1994 to 2001.
Really?
95. Yeah, 1995 to 2001.
Now, was you just a driver or did you have a title?
We opened up at that point in 1998. Yeah, 1998, they opened up Yokomo USA.
Okay.
In Irvine, California. So I was working there.
Was you not showing up to the meetings either at that job, Barry?
No, I had an awesome office there, but it was full of RC stuff that, I worked on my car all day long and, shook hands and kissed babies when, people would come to the shop. It's like, hey, Barry, can you come talk to somebody, about the cars? And it was stuff like that because at that time, that's when I started making my name.
Now, that's what I want to talk about because I want to know when touring car was, because people would know you from touring car, obviously. That's where you was. I know you from meeting you at the off-road track, but when did touring car like just fucking take off? Because that's what it done. It came and it just went boom. Because I just remember it dominating the magazines, and that's all everybody talked about for a while.
Probably about 97.
Okay.
But I mean, it was parking lot racing. Tamiya, touring car, and then Yokomo did it. Nobody knew about the Yokomo, the YZ2, or the YR2, whatever it is, TC, and nobody really knew, in the US about the Yokomo stuff. And then the main thing I got sponsored by Yokomo was for four-wheel drive because in '95, I don't know if you know this, but in '95. I qualified third in four-wheel drive and seventh in two-wheel drive and finished sixth and seventh at Yatabe Arena for the World Championships in off road.
Really?
Yeah, I was a half a second from TQing 4-wheel drive. This was back in the day where it was, single run, not qual points. And yeah, I was a half a second from TQing. Kinwald ended up TQing. Mark was second. I was third. Masami was fourth qualifier at his home track in 4-wheel drive.
We're talking about 4 guys there that are no slouches. Like, you know what I mean? We're talking about 4 of like some of the greatest guys to ever touch an RC controller right there.
Yeah,
Not including yourself.
if you ever talk to Rona again, okay, ask him about the 4-wheel drive worlds at Yatabe, where Rona was 105 pounds sopping wet at that time, maybe. Now he's like 120, but
I think it's a little more than 120. It's pretty
Jason's an awesome guy. God, he's such a great guy. But he at that time he was screaming, "Barry, don't hit him," and things like that, because Mark's slipper in his 4-wheel drive in the third A main came loose. Right.
wow.
And he was just slipping around the track, and I was behind him, and they thought I was gonna take him out because he was gonna win the worlds and stuff. And I wasn't gonna do that. He was, a Yokomo teammate. So
Did you have a name as of being an aggressive driver by that time?
I was always an aggressive driver.
Oh yeah.
I've always been an aggressive driver.
Really?
Yeah, always.
Wow. There's nothing wrong with it, man. Nothing wrong with it at all.
There's aggressive, and then there's straight taking people out. I have only straight taken somebody out maybe a handful of times.
He says a handful of times. That's a good estimate. So no straight up CTOs, as we call it. No Coelho takeouts. He's actually trying to work on that. So
well, no, everybody. I mean, there was a national where I respect the people who respect me, but I drive people how they drive me. If you drive me hard, I'm going to drive you hard. If you drive me respectful, I'm going to drive you respectful. But I mean, at the last lap is the last lap, kind of situation. And I mean, we're going to go for it. But I'm not going to take the chance of taking you out until the final second or something like that. Because if I do, I want to make sure that
it was
we don't get past.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. So you can still finish first and second.
Yeah, we were at a race in Portland, and this was when Hara was still living in Japan, but coming over for our U.S. Nationals. And I mean, I barely tapped the guy coming through the S section and spun him out. And anybody else would have kept going, and I stopped, and I lost the Nationals to him because of that.
Interesting.
Because I know that he raced me the main before, totally respectful on my bumper, and when he tapped, he would back off, kind of thing. So we gained respect for each other when we both ran for Yokomo back in the late 90s, and we would go to Hong Kong and race together. And he called me the parking lot master because we would have these races there. I raced in parking lots in the USA, so
right.
I knew what to do to my cars, and these guys were racing on prepared tracks and always running one ways and everything. And I show up and there's a 150-foot back straightaway in Hong Kong into a 90-degree, or almost like a 135 hairpin at the end. And people are checking up 3/4 of the way down the straightaway, because if you touch your brakes on a dusty track with a one-way, you do a donut. Yeah. Not Barry when he's running a diff in the front end that nobody knew about, and I was giving up all kinds of run time, and I didn't have straight line speed, but that amount of time that I gained at the end of the straightaway by being able to use the brakes and just outdrive everybody into corners. I mean, that's why he called me the parking lot master. And I didn't let anybody see my car at that race. And then when the race was done and I won, right, then I let Hara see it, and he goes, "Oh, you sneaky."
Well, I mean, touring car I think that was the reason it was probably so big. It was just you could do it at any parking lot, and that was super popular. Especially in that time, late 90s, early 2000s, super popular. I remember the Tamiya series that they had. They had like a USA series where you had. I liked it to me because you had like a
They still have
mini.
that, the Tamiya
They do.
Championship Series. They still do it.
Really,
Yeah.
I thought it was cool
It's
because they
not
had
in
like
Viejo anymore. I think the finals are maybe in Omaha now.
okay.
They still do Fred Medell is still part of it down there, and I think the winner what is it? Gary, what's Gary's last name? But Gary and Fred at Tamiya, they take care of that. And if you win the US, you get a flight over to the Japan to the nationals,
Oh,
to the
interesting.
world championships that they have there.
Now, at this time during touring car, are you focused just on touring car, or are you doing off road at the same time, or is
I
it
was
just?
doing everything.
Mhm.
I was
But
doing
you're.
everything. I think one of the biggest compliments I ever got in RC in my head,
Mhm.
and that I heard on the phone, or that I was standing there and I heard in person, was in probably 93, 92, 93, in that range. I'm standing in Cliff Lett's office, and Cliff Lett called Bob Renaud from Airtronics, which was Sanwa in the USA. They were the importer, but it was called Airtronics.
Mhm.
And he called up Bob and he said, "Hey Bob, we are you interested in sponsoring another driver?" And at that time, they only had a handful of drivers in the US. I mean, in order to run for Airtronics, you had to be really, really special.
Mhm.
I mean, it
Even
was
now, they don't sponsor many people. Sandma.
well, Sanwa doesn't.
Right.
Sanwa never really has.
Okay.
Um, but it's the same kind of thing. Like in the US, it was literally a handful of people. And Cliff says, "I think you should take a chance on this kid. Um, he's a lot like me. He can run every single class that's out there in RC."
That's not everybody can do that.
Right. And he said he just said he can run every single class and he's fast. And he goes, "I vouch for him. Maybe just, can you hook him up with a couple, things?" And that's when I started running Airtronics. So,
Really.
but
Now.
Cliff's the one who got me sponsored by Airtronics. Cliff's the one who made the phone call,
Mhm.
because at that time you really had to have an in somehow, some way with a company like that. And then Bobby Tom was the guy there, was the contact, and he was it was really cool to be sponsored by them. But for Cliff to say that, with like me standing there and him say, "I vouch for him. He's really fast and he can drive every form of racing there is."
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah. So when you ask where I did, was it doing everything? I was doing everything. If I could drive an RC car, I would do it.
Really. But
Yeah.
your bread and butter was touring car. That's where you kind of was, major. I want to say that's where you was. I
Well, I
would
mean,
know you from.
I was fast and on road.
Okay.
Whether it be, I mean, 93, I TQ'd the modified uh, nationals in Florida ahead of Joel and Blackstock and all those guys in 10 scale. And I mean, I was the new kid on the block in
Mhm.
modified, and everybody, I came out of the stock ranks and stuff like that. I actually made a jump from stock to modified instead of staying in stock classes when I was beating everybody, unlike
Mhm.
some drivers these days who just keep going and racing stock over and over and over again, because people are deciding that, hey, we're going to pay stock people.
I know
So
a commission off the motors that are $175.
it's not,
Uh,
we won't even go there on that. It's ridiculous.
I know. We're gonna go off tangent real quick. I believe that's how I believe stock is a great stepping stone for. I think 10 scale has it right. You do it in stock, or had it right. Do stock, win there, you go up to mod. It's almost a pathway to becoming a professional at some point. But stock just isn't stock in my brain anymore. Like I wish 8 scale had something similar, like a class that you could put on, but it's like the amount of money that you're putting into stock nowadays. You might as well just it's probably cheaper to run mod, I would say, and it's definitely not a beginner friendly class for people, unfortunately. I don't think. I mean, it can be, but then you got somebody, look, I got this $175 motor and no slipper and this and all this type of stuff. You're like, man, it's expensive. I mean, just like 8 scale, it's expensive, but definitely not for beginners, and should be used as a stepping stone. It shouldn't be what you strive. I just don't feel it should be what you strive to attain to in RC. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, some of these companies are spending lots of money on advertising of people who are winning stock races.
I know that. I know
Yeah.
that. But it's such a big class and everybody loves it. So it has it has
What
this niche.
what you're saying, nitro is the glory, e-buggy pays the bills.
Yeah,
Well,
and
modified is the glory, and stock buggy pays the bills. Maybe.
yeah.
No?
What Runner says two-wheel drive pays for the skills or something. That's his one. Did he
Oh.
puts that one? But it is amazing. I actually agree with you on that
So,
one.
I'll tell you this much, okay? Any good two-wheel drive buggy racer, top of the line, A main, constantly top 10 driver
Mhm.
can drive any car in RC. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
All right. We're gonna go off on it. I do agree with you on that. I also think it's for 8-scale nitro cars. And why I say that, if you look at Ronafalk Ongaro, I'll take those two for an example. They don't do very much 10 scale, but they're both European champions. And they both were like and Ongaro almost won the worlds. Like he gave Dakota Fan a run for his money for a guy that does not even really race 10 scale. So I think you're right. I tell people all the time, if you're gonna practice with anything, if you're gonna if you're gonna do 10 scale, he was like, "Oh, I got a 4-wheeler." I'm like, "Get a 2-wheel drive car. It'll make you a better driver." Well, I got a e-buggy. Yes, I like e-buggy, but nitro is gonna make you faster. I think that's my
Or
personal opinion.
I disagree with you.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
disagree. I disagree. I think you got to remember where most of these guys came from. Where did
Mhm.
Mayfield? Where did Cavallari? Where did these guys come?
Electric,
10 scale two-wheel drive.
10 scale 2-wheel drive.
I mean, these guys are the elite of the elites. I mean, Ongaro is just a great driver.
Okay.
Okay. Ronafalk, great driver.
Mhm.
JQ sucks in two wheels. So don't tell me, that.
Yeah, I don't know about JQ's. We
No,
can't talk about
I'm just
right.
saying, you're saying get A scale. JQ's good in A scale.
Mhm.
JQ doesn't get the props that he should get. The guy,
He's beasted.
hold on. Okay. The guy is very, very, very smart.
I
The guy
agree.
good product. The guy designs stuff that's good. Okay.
Mhm.
Just like me,
Mhm.
the guy's mouth gets him in trouble.
This is true, and well, being as we're on that subject, um, that what you're known for, and I like that though. I remember you told me a story about you came to a race and you said, "Okay, who's finishing second?" I love that shit. I wish we had that nowadays. I would be like, if I had a driver, that's what I would be telling him to do because we need it. I think we need that in RC.
Back in the day, we didn't hang out with each other. Racers.
Yeah.
You had different teams and you were on a different team and you did not like that other team.
Well, this
Now these guys are going out and they're having dinner and they're going out and they're attending each other's weddings and they're doing this and they're doing that and they're spending the weekends together out in
yeah,
the desert, stuff like that. No, that didn't happen.
the
That did
TLR AE beef was real back then, too.
Yeah.
And I want it to start again. I do. I think it is.
It's not
I
starting.
like it. Yeah, it is. It's one of my goals this year.
It might be your goal this year, but it won't start.
Unfortunately, but I think it should. And I'm not saying on a disrespectful level, but I think we do race, right? I forgot that we do race RC cars, and the point of winning RC cars is obviously to beat the person to become number one. I don't want to be. I mean, it's all nice to say good luck and all that type. But no, I want these guys are they're professionals. They're racing each other. When it comes to those guys level, let's be honest, a difference between first and fifth is contingency money and what they some money that they'll make. I know that that means something, but they want to win. I think we need to bring back. I think we need just more competitiveness. Like you said, not everybody hanging out and we can still be respectful and friendly and all that type of stuff. But this is racing, and we're here to race, and we do that on the track.
There are some racers out. Let me explain something, okay?
Mhm.
You just hit the nail on the head. The difference between first and fifth for some people is contingency money.
Mhm.
But there are people that finish fifth that are like, okay, I made money this weekend.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
there's people that finish second that are pissed off because they didn't win.
Yes.
Okay. Now the same person that got pissed off because they didn't win takes less of a paycheck to run for a more competitive company.
Hmm.
The person who got fifth gets the contingency money is now running for companies that are not they could get a deal with another company, but they wouldn't get a paycheck, but now they're getting paid.
Hmm.
Okay. So are you racing for a paycheck? Or are you racing because you're passionate about winning?
This is true. I'll never forget. I got scolded by Ronald Falk's father for this. This was before I kind of got to know them, and somebody said, "Oh, Ronald Falk finished fourth at Neo or something." I can't remember, and I was like, "Yeah," and he was upset. He was upset about it, and the guy was like, "What is he complaining about?" He finished third. He got on the podium, and I was like, "Well, I think it's about money. I think a big thing is about money." And Pierre came on there and said, "It's not about money. We want to win. That's what
Right.
we want to do. We want to win. The money can come later. I don't care about that. We want to win."
It comes with winning.
Yeah, and that changed my.
In this industry, what have you done for me lately is a big thing
Mhm.
when contracts come around.
Yes.
Okay. But you got to also remember that in this industry, there's a 12-year-old kid that's biting at your heels to get that job that you have.
Mhm.
So how do you weigh those out? Do you weigh these out that you actually spend the time at the track and you go racing and you go practicing and you hone your skill? Okay. And I mean, all these other people, yeah, the money comes and the money, sometimes it goes.
Mhm.
But I mean, I don't want to. I'm trying not to mention names
Right, I get you.
because I really don't. I
I know,
don't.
I know. You don't have to throw people under the bus.
Well, no,
That's
it's not.
fine.
It's giving people compliments,
Right.
and things like that. Because I mean, to tell you the truth, I mean, I think that Dakota could have made way more money this year
Mhm.
if he was just into it for the money.
Right. Okay, I get it.
His program is so good that he wants to stay where he is at because he knows he can win with his program.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Yes.
Same thing with Mayfield.
Mhm.
Okay. Mayfield could go anywhere
Mhm.
and probably write a paycheck for himself anywhere. Okay. But he is so loyal to Jason at JC. He's loyal to Mugen.
Mhm.
Okay. It's like you got to respect, people like that.
Yeah, if you really look at
But then
now
you
engines he switched a lot, but if you look at chassis and tires, Mayfield has been pretty steady. AE, well, Thunder Tiger, I think, then AE for many years. Then he did TLR. Them and Drake, obviously what happened with Drake. Now it's been with Mugen since what, 17, and probably the most successful years of his 8 scale career.
But I'll tell you this, okay? It's not about money with him. He wants to win.
Of course, I know that he is one of those guys, like you said, who will run for less money for a superior product.
Yeah, but I mean,
And
there's a handful of those out there, but
mhm,
everybody else is I was that way.
mhm.
I mean, I left Associated because I didn't feel I was getting paid, what I should have got paid, but you know what? I was getting overpaid.
I know how much he was getting paid at Associated because I listened to that interview.
I was getting overpaid, okay? Because I didn't deserve that much money.
Can we say how much estimate was? Because I heard on the interview.
No,
Okay,
I'm not throwing around numbers,
right.
but there are people out there that are like, "Oh, I'm worth more than this," or "I'm worth that," or "I'm worth this." You're only worth what people want to pay you.
This is true, and you're only worth you're only as good as your last race. Like, you know what I mean? If people don't, it's a dog eat dog world out there, and that's just how it is. You're a professional racer. It was worse back in the day. I remember Greg telling me a story back when on the Kyosho team. If you didn't make an A main at one of those national events, you got put on the B team. Like if you was on the A team travel team and you didn't make the A main at And this is back when they only had 10 people in mains. If you didn't make that, you got bumped on to the B team spot.
I think he was exaggerating. I know that there was a time where if you didn't make the A, they didn't pay your travel.
Okay. That that would be expensive too.
Oh
But
yeah.
that's how competitive it was, though. I mean, and Kyosha was on top. There was nothing touching Kyosha in their glory years. Yugen was just about scratching. Yugen was the only competition at one time. Thunder
Yeah.
Tiger.
But I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
So let's talk about you are known for being very outspoken. You've calmed down a lot. You you and JQ what was you always outspoken like this? Or I always wanted to ask this, was you always outspoken, or was this a persona that you made, a character like was this your persona, a persona that you made and just that was your race persona, or was this really you? Okay, so you're
I was always a spoiled brat.
okay.
And when I didn't get my way, I would piss and moan and be upset about it. And I wasn't a silver spoon kid,
Right. But I know what you mean.
but somehow I got everything I ever wanted. And it was by bitching and complaining enough and doing this. And, they say the squeaky wheel gets the oil. It's not
Mhm.
true. Um, there has been some rough times and stuff like that. But yeah, I have a very bad attitude.
Mhm.
I really do. I mean, I still have a very short fuse.
Mhm.
And when people know the right button to push, it really fires me up.
What
Uh,
was one of the what would fire you up at a race that would back in the day? Like like something that somebody would do.
Anything.
Really? You was just that high strong, man.
Oh
You
yeah.
wanted to win. You wanted to win. That's
Well,
what
yeah,
it was.
I wanted to win, but I mean, I mean, it's just, I don't know. You ask these kind of questions, and I can't really
Right.
pinpoint what it is.
Right.
It's just, I was a dick
Okay.
there. Okay. I mean, I really was. I was a horrible teammate.
Was you just a dick to racers, or was you like how about people that were new into RC? Just
I I didn't care about him.
all
This
right, yeah.
this honest. You're asking me to be
Right, no,
honest.
no, I get that. I get that. I applaud your honesty. I kind of understand where you're at. Your focus was on
Difference
this.
now. The difference now is I would miss a qualifier to help somebody out that needed help.
Right. I get
Back
that.
then, I would tell them, if your car's on fire, sorry, dude, go put some water on it or something.
But I
Yeah.
don't see nothing wrong with that attitude. That's not your fault that his car is on fire, especially at the level that you're at that time.
But I'm just trying to say that, I
Right.
mean, this is the difference now. And I
Mhm.
think a lot of it came with maturity, and a lot of it came with failure.
Okay.
In order to be successful in life, you have to fail.
W-
Okay.
What was one of your biggest failures then during that period? Do you think that if you could just go
Leaving
back and
associated
okay, and why was that?
because I was too big for my britches.
And I believe you said you did burn bridges there, and it's still like still burnt bridges to this day. Do you think
My
you'll
britches
ever?
are still smoldering.
Okay, you think
Yeah.
it? You think it will? You think you could ever get back? No, I was that
I don't
because you.
I don't you know what? It is what it is. The only thing I would like is to be real and have a
Mhm.
real good conversation with Cliff again.
I can tell that you have a lot of respect for him.
That's the
And
only person that I honestly would like to just have an honest, straight up, let's talk. What screwed what over? Um, what made you feel hurt? What made me feel hurt about the whole situation? Um, I mean, the only person who I really felt like I really failed was Cliff.
Mhm.
Sean Cochran, who's part of the Reedy team. I mean, he's always been a good friend and stuff like that. But I mean, he saw the writing on the wall when I was leaving and all this other stuff. It just wasn't. It wasn't there. You
Right.
know, the stuff I needed to change and stuff. But I mean, for Richard, at the time that I was going through like those issues and stuff at Associated, Richard said, just bite your tongue, just go on with it. He goes, just let it all pass. And I was the kind of person that I didn't think through things. I made a lot of errors by not thinking,
Mm-hmm.
and made a lot of stupid decisions by not thinking it through. But I mean, I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in right now. Like life, when you make decisions every morning, you get up out of bed, you have to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to wear today? Am I going to go here or am I going to go there? So there's decisions that lead you down this path. And when you make these decisions, you have to accept them and keep moving forward. And when you start trying to backtrack and go back and do other things, you start making even bigger mistakes.
Yeah, yeah. You cannot fix what happened in the past, but you can prevent it from happening in the future and in the
Right.
present. Uh,
But there's always, I still don't feel there's been closure.
mhm.
Working with Associated for the 5 years that I was there, okay, and working closely with some of the people there,
Mhm.
I really I really don't feel like it's like a relationship.
Right, I get it.
And I mean, you need closure.
Mhm.
And
I
I mean, I
I
don't
hope you
think,
get it.
what's that?
I hope you get it. And it's probably gonna be as simple as you going up to Cliff and saying, "Hey, man, I'm
No,
sorry."
because I only see Cliff where there's multiple people around and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And it needs to be one of those where, it's almost needs to be like,
Private.
yeah, yeah,
But
one of those kind of things.
but
But
you know what?
we're a lot older now.
Mhm.
I mean, we're both older. I mean, Cliff gave me, I don't know if you know this, but so in 1995,
Mhm.
Cliff was 37 years old. I'm aging him right now, and I'm sorry that
Mhm.
I'm doing this. He's 12 years older than I am.
Oh, he looks good for his age, man.
Yeah, yeah. He does. Um, but so he's 12 years older than I am.
Mhm.
I was 25, he was 37. He made the A at the Worlds. I walked up to him and I said, "Well, I got 12 more good years in me then."
Wow.
Right? Because he was the guy that he was the guy
Mhm.
that I looked up to at the time.
Yeah.
And in I left Associate in 2006 when we had all that, the fireworks that were going on there, and I decided I was too big for my britches and I'm going to go run for X-Ray.
Mhm.
Okay? In 2007, when I was 37 years old, I won every single on-road national that year.
Really?
Nitro, carpet, asphalt, all US national champion that year at 37. Okay? And I remember thinking this when I won the first one, I go, there you go. I knew that at 37 I would still be good because Cliff made the A at 37.
Wow, so that breakup of AE was really bad then. Like,
It
really
was,
bad.
it was I don't want to say that reading Brock's exit
Alright.
interview or whatever, um, a lot of it sounds familiar.
You know what, man? When I read that, what he wrote, it sounds exactly like what Cav was kinda saying. Like, remember when he
Just
got suspended that time and then,
Well, no,
um
a lot of it of the they don't want to let you out of your contract and this and that and all this other stuff. But
yeah, because you
I,
had to buy out of your contract, right? From
I did
AE.
not. I
Okay,
did.
okay.
I stood up for myself.
Alright, because you had a 5-year contract and
I had a
it
very long contract,
yeah.
and they wanted me to buy 1 year out. And they said if you buy 1 year out, and then it got knocked down to 6 months. Then it got knocked down to just give us like $5 so we win, kind of thing, right? And I'm not going to pay you.
Wow. Yet
Pretty,
you are very much like JQ.
but I pretty much said this, okay, which I think is one of the biggest things that burned them is I'm under contract with them, okay? And I pretty much said, I don't want to race for you anymore. Okay. But if you make me, adhere to my contract and fulfill it, I'm just going to be useless at races. That's
Yeah,
pretty much what I told them.
th- they just didn't want that. They knew that would have just like taking you to races would have just been a waste. And if they didn't take you, it would have looked bad on them too.
Well,
Wow, that
I had such a bad attitude. I mean, I broke my hand in a race because I was
right.
what passion turned around, hit the back of the driver's stand. Wasn't throwing a fit, just got upset with myself that I broke my car.
Hmm.
Turned around. How many times you see it? I see people kick the driver's stand and don't break their feet.
Yep.
I see people, do things. I've seen people never done this, seen people throw radios. Nothing happens to them. Not
Mhm.
I've seen it happen though.
I do. You know what? I think if you wasn't as aggressive and didn't have the attitude that you had, you wouldn't have been as successful as you are. So
You
while
know,
it, as
a
you
lot
are,
of people said that. A lot of people said that, but I don't know. I don't know.
because
Everybody has their own attitude and everybody has their, there are people that are the nicest people in the world, but when they stand up on the driver's stand, they'll drive through their mother.
this is true. And then you heard stuff coming out of their mouth you never thought you would hear.
Oh
But
my gosh. There are people that are, I'm not, no, once again, not saying any names, but oh my God, if people on the internet, okay, could hear some of these people that they idolize on the driver's stand,
I'm
like
sure.
some of the thing that comes out of their mouth that nitro cars you don't hear on live RC because
Mhm.
all you hear is the nitro engines and stuff. You would be like, this should be NC-17.
I know. I've watched Joseph. I've heard Joseph freak out on the mics now. It would be we should mic him up one day. That'd be awesome. I think it would be cool. I think honestly, man, you can't change what happened. You see, I've met you. You've been always every time I've met you at a race, you've been jovial. You've been, I joke around with you, and I like that. So obviously, you've learned from that. But that's what made you. Yes, you might have done dick things and dick things or whatever. But you know what? That is part of the legend that became Barry Baker, the fabulous one. You know. So I know maybe you don't. You look back and you're like, oh, I was so childish and dumb, and I look back at
I was
things like that too.
immature,
Yeah, you exactly, but you
but I
made
mean, we're playing with toys. I don't care what anybody
say
says.
that. I don't like to say that, but I get it.
True.
It's to an extent at your level, it's not toys though.
No. They're very technologically
Advanced toys.
enhanced and very, high tech, vehicles. But when it comes down to it in the world, it's still a toy.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to ignore that one, Barry, because I don't think it's a toy. We call it scale motorsports, sir. No, I'm only joking. Um,
No, I
yeah,
believe me. I mean, this is great. It's a hobby.
yes,
It
but it's
is a
also a sport.
hobby.
It's a sport when it gets to a certain level.
When
I
it
would
gets
say,
to a certain level, yes, it
yes.
is a sport. But how many people in this world can call it
A very
racing?
minute part, a very minute. There are many people that think they are, but
Right.
there's a very minute people that get paid to do this. It's really it's just a very hard thing to become a professional RC car driver. Just not, but I mean just racing, nothing else. It's very hard to do. And that's why it's only a handful of people that make decent money doing it. Um, so you're at AE. I remember you being on the TC3 box. I was listening to you on this other podcast, and you didn't like the TC3 on the rear end. It was so interesting to hear you talk about that stuff. How little lock nuts fix the rear end from every time you would hit, you would get toe in and all that stuff. But you really didn't like. Did you not really like the platform, or what? What it was shaft driven, so you had the torque stir. I heard about how you had to turn to the right a little bit. So when you accelerated off from your start, you would go straight because of the shaft driven cars. And I never even thought about all of that. It was like it's similar to boats. RC boats are the same. Um, yeah, man, you just, I just like just amazing. Like I just can't really believe. That's what I want to know. How big was touring car at its height? Was it bigger than off road at its highest height?
No,
Not, no, seriously,
no. It was
really.
big. It was big. I don't think on road will ever be as
Bigger than
big.
off-road?
No,
No, I don't
exactly.
think so either. It's also like,
It's prestigious. It's like F1.
mhm,
Okay. But in F1, how many teams are really prestigious?
yeah. But and also I think like for instance on the 8 scale side of on-road, you got like Kalari that's won it 9 times in a row, and you don't have that in the off-road. So, off-road 8 scale nitro side. There's only been 1, 2 time in there. There's never been a back-to-back. So for me, that's probably one of the most prestigious, if not the most prestigious title to win because it's hard to win.
What, A scale off road?
Yeah.
I think A scale off road definitely is prestigious, but I also think that there's multiple things. Eh, Driver doesn't always win.
Right. It's luck too. Luck.
I mean, you got to have a lot of luck.
Mhm.
There's a lot of things. I mean, you got to. I mean, the year. I hate to say this, Dagani.
Yes, everybody says it.
Okay, but I mean, Richard, misses pit stops or whatever, and
Dad broke his pipe.
pipe, the stinger or whatever, the nipple on it, whatever, breaks off and things like that. I mean, stuff that never happened.
Mhm.
And who ends up winning? Dagani, and he's still making a living off of it.
No, he be making a living, but
Oh, you know what I'm saying, though. He's
yeah.
still somewhat, he's
Elam
still he's still Mr. Irrelevant, but still.
he only likes to go into races when we all go because he says it reminds him of being in the pits back in the day. So much fun. Uh, but I just enjoy you guys' stories too. So I mean, we can't tell them all on this podcast, but
You can
uh,
you can go to real racing, right? I mean, you go to NASCAR. What do you want to hear? You want to hear, stories from Richard Petty, and you want to hear stories, from all these other guys, Junior that, is retired now, and all the retired guys. You want to hear those stories because that's what built the foundation. 20 years from now, you're not going to remember that kind of. I mean, I know stories I hear stories from Joel from before before I even started racing, and from Howard about, when they used to race, at Briggs Museum, in the parking lot. And they used to have to, so you used to have to drive, turn marshal, and then count.
oh wow,
Okay. So you had to have a clipboard and you'd have to count. And they didn't have a timer. Like at the end of 8 minutes, they yelled stop. So you didn't finish the lap you were on. You went 33 laps, and they would have like marked boards throughout the whole track. And you would count, okay, I went 33 laps and 7 boards.
no way,
I went 33 laps and 11 boards.
wow.
Okay. And that's what they used to have to do. But you had a little clicker, but that was part of your racing.
Mhm.
Now people can't even go out and marshal.
I know it was really bad this week at SIC. They had to call a lot for marshals, and it's just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
Well, and I am 100%, I take 100% responsibility and everything for this, but I mean, I yell at turn marshals. I've yelled at turn marshals. I've been known for yelling at turn marshals.
I would. I'm sure you did.
But the same mistakes that turn marshal made to my car,
Mhm.
I've made mistakes to other cars, and I feel so bad doing it.
Yeah.
And then I think, man, that guy didn't yell at me.
Yeah.
Right? Why did I yell at the person that did it to me? Did I learn from it? I don't know.
I think you've learned from it because, I mean, when I see you at races, you're enjoying yourself. Like, you know what I mean? Mind you, not racing.
I enjoy the position I'm in now.
Mhm.
Like this is by far, like I said, I respect Cliff a lot, and I respect, the company of Associated, I think don't get me wrong, they're great, they're a great company, and their direction that they're going, and everything is fine with, being owned by Thunder Tiger. But when Thunder Tiger purchased Associated changed.
Well, I mean, people can say the same thing about Horizon and TLR.
Well, but I knew Junior and them, and I raced for them back in the day. And yeah, Pops Losi, they were passionate. And I mean, yeah, it's the truth. But it
Mhm.
became, on both sides, it became corporate. It didn't
Mhm.
become a racing scene anymore. Okay. But being on both corporate sides,
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you right now that my racing program and the things that I am involved with and the people that I deal with on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis, and the team environment that I am in right now is by far the best I've ever been in my life of RC.
And you know what? Barry? I think that started in 2019. Because I'll be honest with you, I think TLR is just rebounding from when they fired or let go Drake in 2016. Kevin Gahan was there for a while, and it was like we didn't know. It was like a point we didn't know what Lucy was going to do this way. And I have to give a lot of props. I do. I give a lot of props to Thomas Tran and little bit of time he's been there. But for me, I see TL like I have not. When I saw TLR at the 2019, no, was it 2020 this year? Sorry, 2020 nationals, nationals DNC, and the big I remember I went to the.
Involved then.
I know. No, in 2020 was he? This year he was. Okay. Well, I'm just saying. I've seen. I don't.
Let me tell you. Okay.
He's been there a year, hasn't he?
No.
Okay, so he wasn't involved in 2020.
He literally started right after.
Okay. All right. So I don't know who was in charge then, but I remember when I went to my first DNC, I didn't see hardly any TLR guys, or TLR camp or anything. Then I went to like PNB. I didn't see nothing. I started in 2018 when the X was coming out. I saw at the nationals, and then I started like I think for me when on an 8 scale tip because I don't really follow 10 scale that much. And my buddy and I talk about this a lot. Anthony Westergaard started running the car about 2 years ago, and that's kind of. I'm not saying he did it, but that's kind of when I started seeing things going, and then I started seeing more. And I think right now TLR is in a very good spot. And I've seen so Trayon came on after after DNC 2020, but now I can see his influence. We have team managers rolled out.
Oh yeah.
All this type of stuff, and this is stuff I didn't even know before. I see so many people posting about TLR and all this type of stuff that have joined the team. I'm actually going to make a video of team rankings, and like TLR is in my top 3. And I actually agree with you. When I walked into that pits in 2020 and saw just everybody, like, it was humongous, it was big. I used the wrench in Dakota's car, and I'm walking around, everybody was just there. And I was like, oh wow, TLR is definitely, and that's what I said to myself, TLR is not out of racing. They are here and they're going to be big. And I think 21 is going to be, it's going to be a good battle. I think you guys got two great top drivers in Cav and Fend. You have a plethora of extremely good and fast, talented young drivers in waiting, like in 10 scale and 8 scale.
Waiting.
Huh?
I don't think they're in waiting.
Oh, they ain't waiting. Good. They shouldn't be waiting, but you just should be coming for these guys.
Did you see Tom Rennerneck at
all of that? I saw it.
Okay.
And I am so hopeful.
Did you see what Mason did last weekend?
I was talking to his dad.
Okay.
Talking to his dad. So
I think they're learning how to win. There's a difference. You need to know how to win in RC.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go to a race and say, gosh, I hope I finish top 3.
No, you have to want to win.
I hope I win. No, you got to know that you can win in order to win.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's going to be handed to you. When people say, oh, they were in the right position, when this person crashed. No, they were in the right position because they knew what they needed to do to win the race.
I agree. And confidence, man. If you don't have that confidence, these guys, like, I'll tell you, one of the drivers that surprises me with his confidence is Runafuck. He's super confident, and
he's European,
right? Yeah, but he's super confident, and I'm like, man, it shows, man. He's one of the best in the world, man. He's a fully accomplished driver, world champion, 2-time European champion, all that type of stuff. You can't take it, and he's only 24.
Yeah. So, but you have to know that you can win.
Mm-hmm. I think
you win races.
Yeah, I would agree with you. So, you retired a few times. Well, you tried to retire once in X-Ray. I was reading in an interview, but you officially retired in 2017. And from from
That
racing?
was I got that was a forced retirement, but yeah,
Okay. I was gonna ask, why did that happen? Was it just not you just was out of it, or just going in a different
I
direction in life?
I didn't want to tell everybody the reasoning why I
Hmm.
got out of racing in 2017. The main, I mean, the other stuff was always I'm quitting racing. I'm
Hmm.
quitting racing. I'm done. But I never really said anything, right? And then I decided, okay, I'm going to retire. And I'm still retired. I don't care what
Hmm.
anybody says. I
Right.
am retired from professional racing.
Okay.
Okay. I am not going to go to a world championship and race a world championship. I'm going to go and I'm going to win a world championship as Dakota's mechanic.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do.
I applaud you. Do you feel?
Okay. I am not going to go to a national and race a national anymore. A 40 plus, maybe.
Mhm,
Do I think 40 plus needs to be raised up because I think that there's too much? Yeah, because I don't feel, I feel I'm an intermediate driver.
mhm.
Everybody says, "Oh, you're pro." No, I'm about equal to an intermediate driver these
Right.
days. I don't go out there. I don't do the running and the racing, and I'm not of that speed anymore. I can throw in a flyer lap here or there, but I'm definitely not consistent. I'm that intermediate expert in between when it comes to off road. I
Right.
still feel I could win if I go to an on road race and you give me a week's worth of practice.
Really?
I feel if I could get to a race and you give me a week's worth of running, I would be there in contention at the end of the race.
Hmm. Did you
So,
ever
but
um
we
did you
were
ever
going,
run nitro 8 scale on road in your career?
yep, yep,
Yep. Oh,
yeah. I ran nitro A scale, ran fifth scale, ran it all, ran
oh,
world championships and all of them.
fifth scale I like. I think really? I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
yeah.
So I was reading you said you was 3 times runner up at the worlds. Which 3 worlds was that? The one in South Africa and
The runner ups.
yeah.
I finished second at both worlds or at in 1996. We had at Revelation Raceway.
Mhm.
Used to be an on-road track before it was off-road.
Right.
Okay. They had the worlds there in 1996.
Mhm.
Um, was it 96? Yeah, 1996. And I finished second in both 12 scale and 10 scale. 12 scale to Masami, 10 scale to Mike Swagger. Both
Right.
classes there.
Yeah.
Runner up. Yeah.
And then in South Africa in
South
2002.
Africa, 42 seconds away from a win and stripped of spur gear.
Ooh.
Yep.
So, do you feel you've won so many national titles, you've been at the peak of your career? Does it bother you that you never won a world?
With how dominant I was in South Africa, yes. I mean, it was from the very first practice on the track, I was the fastest car.
Mhm.
That doesn't happen too often
Right.
at an RC race. Usually you have somebody that builds up and gets faster and faster and faster, and people who start out like blazing, fast, and then they peter out. I was faster and faster and faster. There was only one other race that ever happened to, and that was the Japanese Nationals in 98 or 99 at Yatabe Arena. I was fastest qualify. I've TQ'd the first round, reset TQ second round, reset TQ third round, reset TQ fourth round, and run all 3 A mains at Masami's home track.
Wow.
So that was the only other time that it's been that dominant of a race. And I felt the same way in South Africa, because in South Africa, there was at the Worlds, they take 4 out of 5 qualifiers. So if you screw up twice, you're done. Right. And after the 4th round, I couldn't be beat for TQ. And there was another round going into the 5th round. No matter what happened in the 5th round, I could not lose TQ.
Right.
How many times can somebody say that after 4 rounds?
Not many. Wow. Do you think I'm going to ask you a question? Because we're talking about worlds. Do you think like, and all 3 of these guys have a 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive worlds. Do you think out of Cav, Mayfield, and Tebow, the first 2, I think Cav's the most decorated out of those guys. He's won the most races. But do you think it's a serious competition between those. If they don't win, one of them guys don't win an 8-scale worlds, is it gonna be disappointing? You think? They have multiple championships between them, multiple Reedy wins, all this type of stuff, but neither of those three guys have a world champion 8-scale world championship yet. Been very close.
That's a question to ask them.
Yeah, I would have to. I mean, Mayfield said it in an interview once that the worlds don't define his career. And I
No.
get that. I get that. It doesn't. It does
It's
not.
one race. It's
Yeah.
why do we not have
A series?
a World Series?
You know what?
But
I wish we did.
because we've proven this at races, okay? That at one race, well, now there's probably 6 or 7, but at one point there were 20 different guys that could win that race. There were 10 guys that were not going to be in the A main that should have been in the A main that could have won the race. Okay, at one race. But when you get an event that's 6, 7, 8 races long,
Mhm.
okay, then you get your true champion.
I agree with you. I
Okay,
agree with you.
okay, but it can't be the way RC Pro Series or whatever the
RCGP.
series RCGP. It can't be like that. They made that a spectacle. That's more of in my eyes, it's a circus.
Well,
There
I
is
can
no
understand where you see that. I can understand where you see
no
that.
reason why that pro class should run as much as they do. Okay, they you almost
No, my camera keeps shutting off.
it's all good, but I'm just saying that they get so much track time, and it's like it's the same people racing each other, and the same people are going to win. You have your top 3 guys, and then you have the also rans.
Well, that's because obviously, I mean, I would love to see all the top guys, not necessarily in RCGP, but in a series.
But
It doesn't
that'll
have to be RCGP.
never happen.
No, because
That'll
there's too much racing going on.
Well, and it'll never happen in remote in RC. It just won't happen. That IFMAR, as long as IFMAR is involved, it will be in every other year, one single event at a certain venue. Now, don't get me started on venues, because I don't think it should be at a permanent venue. I think
Okay.
that they should have a venue that's specially built for world championships.
I actually would agree with you there. I 100% agree with you there. I would like to see, mind you, I like the fact that it goes to different countries, but I think that's the fairest way.
Yeah.
And that way you also get a guaranteed race, because I would put it under a roof. I wouldn't say put it in a building, but I will put it under a roof.
Should you,
You know?
should you get a week's worth of practice? No.
No.
2 runs. Let's start racing.
Yeah, because it's expensive, man. And I
2
think
runs. 2 runs. Let's start racing. This is the World Championships.
Yeah.
Who's the best prepared? Who's the best driver?
Do you think the worlds should be just for professional drivers, or should it include everybody?
I think it should be people who qualify, not
Yes,
people who can
I
pay
agree
their
there.
way in.
I agree there. I agree there.
I think there needs to be once again qualifications to go to national championships.
Mhm.
I think from the nationals you need to qualify to go to the worlds. There shouldn't be a waiting list
Mhm.
to fill out these spots.
I agree.
Okay. There shouldn't be a waiting list. There should be here's who's in the race. If you don't make it, then we have 30 drivers, because you're still going to have the best 30 drivers there,
Mhm.
or the best 50 drivers. All those other drivers, you tell me of anybody that's been of any relevance that has got in, that has paid their way into the race themselves, right? That have not qualified to get into a Worlds.
Well, they did have in 2016, they had the 8-scale worlds where they had like a race, like, because they didn't fill it.
Race into the Worlds, right?
Right. Yeah. They had to race into the worlds. So,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Okay. And who are the drivers that made it in?
I think Truey made it. I can't remember. It's been so long. I can't remember. I have to,
And why did Truey make it in?
because Truey is good.
Why did he not qualify?
I don't know. I don't know if he didn't. I don't know. Good question. Maybe he had a bad nationals.
Well, why do you get to race the worlds if you don't qualify?
This is true. This is very true. I don't know. You have a point. You have a point. But we'll never go back there because you know why? Because number one, we kind of talked about this before, is that Raw's kind of like a headless leadership. Like Raw doesn't do anything. Let's be honest. I know there's good people trying to do things in Raw, but I believe the people in Raw have to get paid. Like we said, effort gets paid, and you can pay somebody. Time costs money, and I am all for having Raw involved. I love the Nationals. I think we should have
What
regional
are the
races.
biggest races in the United States?
The biggest race,
Non-roar events.
there's a DNC.
Non-roar events.
It's not a Raw event.
Right.
DNC.
That's what I said. Non-roar
Right.
event.
Oh, DNC is a non-Raw event.
Right. Psycho Night Blast.
Non-Raw event. Every race outside besides the Nationals is a non-Raw event because that's the only race they do.
Yeah.
But they used to have regionals.
The funny thing is you don't even hear we're using roar rules because nobody uses roar rules.
Right.
They
And
use
that,
IFMAR rules because you have international drivers.
oh, for the Nationals, you mean? Or
For everything.
yeah.
Everything but the US Nationals. Like all the big races, they have the international rules of stuff.
Okay.
Like for fuel and all this other stuff. I mean, it's weight, things like that. I mean, pre-teching. This is all stuff they do at EFRA and at world events.
They do it at the Nationals too.
Well, now they do.
Yeah.
They used to never do that.
Okay. The one Nationals that you've been to way more, but the one Nationals I went to, they were doing it and they did it. And the problem was that people didn't know about teching and all that stuff.
Right.
Because we don't do it on a regional level. And that also goes for the people that do it. If you get them, things get consistent if you do it a long time. But I love the Nationals, but I would love to see some regional racing where you qualify to go to the Nationals, and that's how it is in Europe. I mean, we're talking about different countries, but you know what I mean? You qualify for your country's national, and you go to the Euros, or you go to the Worlds, I think, because the Worlds is based off your country too in Europe. Like your nationals of your country, I believe.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
This is probably going to fire up a lot of people, and I think it's hilarious. But okay, do you think gyros should be legal?
No.
Okay.
I want to know if they make a difference.
And why is exponential legal in a radio?
I was just about to say that. You know what? These non-prep drag guys are setting up their radios and to launch this non-prep drag racing that's taken off now.
That is the biggest, stupidest, worst name for a class in the nation. It's the most prep drag racing is what it should be called.
Well, it's about the surface of the ground. It's supposed to be not prepped at all. So that's why it's called no prep.
That's fine. It's not prepped, but they're prepping their tires and everything else.
Well, they run into that rule of how you're going to stop saucing. I just let everybody sauce. That's just the easiest way to do it. I forgot what I was on. What was we talking about? I forgot. What was the question you asked me?
Gyros Expo, and you went into non-prep, setting the radios up.
Right, but they use their radios to set it up so that car stays straight and doesn't deliver the power. And I know you can play with radio settings to do things for your throttle curve and all that type of stuff too.
Yeah.
So is that a form of a gyro too? I don't know. It's a thin line right there. You know what I mean?
It's an electronic adjustment, and that's all a gyro is.
But I think the gyro is kind of like it's supposed to. I actually think a gyro will work against a really good professional driver.
Yeah, I do too. But all these things about I don't think that. I think if you put a gyro in a car, somebody said they put gyros in the car and it just makes the car very easy to drive. Well, that's fine.
Well, I think when you think of how a pro drives and he wants to send the car the opposite direction that it's supposed to go to set it up for something else, I think the gyro will be counterintuitive to that. But I don't know. I've never driven with a gyro. I would really like somebody that can drive.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
I was just asking you because it gets into radio adjustments, and look, all these radios have so many adjustments on them now, and you can do pretty much anything with them. So
I agree because I heard some word throttle inputs from people, and I'm like, how are you able to do that? Like, you know, like
Yeah.
minute throttle inputs, and I'm like, I can't believe your fingers going that fast, and that it's just really hard. But then they could just be talented. So now you're. Let's talk about Dakota because you heard this is your
We're 2
guy.
we're 2 hours
I
in
like him.
about Dakota.
We said an hour, and I knew it. I said when I watched that video, we're gonna be this is gonna be a long one, but that's all right.
Well, we can continue some other time, but I mean, we can talk, but I mean, we can do a 2-part podcast. I don't care.
No, I'm gonna have you on for a live one time too. But let's wrap it up. I know you like Dakota. I like him too. What is it that you see in Dakota that you probably don't see in some of these other guys?
Well, I mean, I see it in the other guys. It's
Mhm.
just the opportunity to work with somebody like Dakota came around, and it was. I mean, he's just. I knew him before, but now I really know him,
Mhm.
and just him and Chloe are just. I mean, outstanding people. They're just. They're great human beings, and Dakota he's got the mindset that makes him who he is. He's the guy who is the hi, how you doing, nicest person you'll ever see in the pits, and when you get onto the stand, he will stab you. He's got that mentality of, he's got the killer, I want to win.
I would never think he had it because I've
Oh,
never
oh,
spoken
no.
to him. He's very quiet. I'd never
He
see
is
any
very
emotion
quiet.
from him.
He is very quiet, and I mean, even on the microphone, you know, I don't know. 2 years ago, DNC, he was in the B main,
Mhm.
and we got him into the A, and we take off of the A, and we made some changes before the main and everything, and some big changes. Took a swing at the car coming
Mhm.
from 15th on the grid. I mean, he barely bumped in. I think he made the transfer spot by like 0.6 of a second, and then got into 15th, and ended up driving up into second. But after the first lap, like in Truggy that year, he got absolutely qualloped on the first lap and was dead last. So the next day, Buggy comes around and he gets flipped on the first lap, and his attitude on the microphone was, "Oh great, I'm in last again."
How old is he?
23.
He's so young, man. He's got
Yeah.
such a bright future ahead of him.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's just
Young.
he's got the right mental attitude. He's been on his own for a while, been
Mhm.
married for, multiple years now with Chloe. So, I mean, they have a life. And I
Yeah.
mean, they have their house, and they have, their dogs, and, they have their motorcycles, and they go and they do their stuff. And I mean, they have a life.
Mhm.
He's got a life. He had to grow up quick.
Yeah, 23. And
Yeah. I
he's
mean,
been on the scene since what, like 11 or something like that?
he's been
Really?
racing for TLR since like age 9.
Yeah, that's incredible. Like Lewis Hamilton, like was with McLaren forever.
But he's,
Uh,
but that mental attitude that he's got, and just the willingness to, I mean, we'll talk on the phone when he's like at PMB, and he's all, dude, I'm, this and that. And I go, just try this,
mhm.
just go out there and try it. And, the whole time working with him, I had to earn his respect,
Mhm.
because he had to realize that I understood what I was talking about,
Mhm.
and that what I saw, and we would discuss things. And ultimately, it's his decision, right?
Mhm.
But before the main at DNC this year, I looked at him, I said, "Do you trust me?" And he said, "Yes." And I wholesale changed his car right before the main.
Excuse me. And
And,
he finished third, right?
well, he was in contention for like second the whole time. But I
Mhm.
mean, this was after qualify. He TQ'd Buggy, or E-Buggy, TQ'd Truggy, had the great race with Mayfield for, the whole main, and Truggy ended up finishing second. E-Buggy got absolutely, annihilated by Ongaro on like the second lap. And, how do you come back in that field, in that race? But, after the warm up, he just looked at me, he goes, I don't think I could finish top 10 with my car right now.
Wow.
And that was after the warm up because the track had changed so much. And I said, "Do you trust me?" And he says, "Absolutely." And I wholesaled his car. And after the race, he goes, "That's the best my car's worked in ever." So,
Really?
so that is just one where it's like, okay, so now we start with that at PNB. And he
Hmm.
goes out in PNB and he wins Truggy and he TQs Buggy again. Now he TQs Nitro Buggy because of the changes that we've made. Okay. And then he has the flame outs or whatever. But then, he goes to what's the next race? The one that was outdoor that
Wicked
Cavalier
Weekend.
that
Wicked Weekend. He had a
Wicked
good run there.
and he was awesome there that weekend. And one little mistake, he went out on the wrong tires in the main, and Cavalieri went out on bar tires and ends up, beating him because his bar tires lasted because
Mhm.
but Dakota, the speed that he had there in his car, there. And this is all, and we talk, people don't know. I'm not there, but I'm
Mhm.
there.
Right. I know what you mean.
We're talking between every single round of qualifying. We're discussing things. Yeah, he's making changes and everything, but we're discussing everything.
Mhm.
And we talk at the end of at practice. Okay, how's this? How's that? Talk before the main. Okay, make sure that you Loctite this and you do this and you do that, because just because I'm not there doesn't mean the same stuff that I would be doing isn't being done to the car. But now that he's seen, like he messages me and he says, "Are you going to have time?" Because he knows I'm so busy with work. He
Mhm.
goes, "Are you going to have time to build cars?" For DNC. He goes, "It's not that I can't do it." He goes, "I just know how meticulous you are and that my cars will be perfect."
Hmm.
And I've spent 3 days on 2 cars.
Yeah. When I contacted you, was building his car,
Yeah,
and you just finished it up today. So
yeah,
that's
they're sitting. I mean, they're sitting right next to me. I mean, ready to go.
What do you think about that incident at CRRC at the 10 scale?
I wasn't there, so I don't
Right.
know. I just talked to Dakota, and I mean, Dakota was like, "Oh, he turned left." Like I wasn't even, there. He goes, "I just pulled up beside him down the straightaway. I had the inside line." I mean, they're both racing really hard. The respect I didn't see is that, Spencer, they're racing side by side, and that happened. And I think if the shoe was on the other foot, I think Dakota would have waited and just continued the race together
Mhm.
with him, and Spencer just took off and just kept running. So, I mean, that just
Mhm.
showed. I mean, there were a lot of things that I didn't like about that race, but I mean, I watched qualifying, and there was one time where, Dakota crashed and came up on somebody, and that person kept making little bobbles in front of them. And I mean, Dakota was a straightaway down to them after making a mistake and falling back, caught them, and kept lifting and backing off every time this person would make a mistake. When that person, when they made the mistake, should have just let Dakota go.
Mhm.
But instead, Dakota didn't run through them or anything because they were on a TQ run.
Right.
And I think, he shows all this respect and sometimes doesn't get any respect back. But I think the respect between him and Mayfield are really good right now. They race each other really good. I don't know if you saw the racing, you saw it from DNC. You
Mhm.
saw it from some Psycho Nitro Blast. They can run side by side with each other
Mhm.
and nothing ever happens. And there's respect from other people, out there. There's a respect for, Cav and him can run side by side at Wicked Weekend and no issues.
Would you tell, like, my instance, like with
I like
Dakota?
Spencer. Don't get me
Right,
wrong.
right. I get you wrong, but
I
we're
like
talking about
Spencer,
racing here.
but I think there's times where you need to just say, okay, let's race each other, because the next time, if the shoe's on the other foot, he's going to go off the handle. So
Right. I would, if I would be like, hey, Dakota, stop being so nice. If these, you're gonna have to give somebody a wheel, and once they do, they'll leave you alone.
ask Dakota for the text I sent him.
I'm sure you did suggest that.
Well, there's been other things that have been
I'm
said,
sure.
but
Uh, how do you feel about I'm all happy for Cav getting on TLR. I think he's gonna do good things this year. Are you looking forward to having him partner up? Do you think well, I know you're a team fan, you like fan, and you're for fan, but will you be also helping Cav out at any time at these races, or
I
whatever
was
if he
I was on board since the discussion last year.
Right.
Because I mean, last year we were trying to see how we could do it and just nothing worked out.
Mm-hmm.
And then this year, it came up again. And I mean, I put in my 2 cents. That's all I could do. And I mean, I've known Cav a very, very long time, and I respect his ability, and Cav's changed a lot since becoming a father.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Yahtzee, his wife, is, a very, a good person, and I think that she has made Cav a different person as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the responsibilities of, the family and everything, and him realizing that, racing isn't going to always be there, I think has changed him. And he still has the fire.
Yeah.
I think he's learned how to channel it a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with the right support, which he's going to have all the support that's out there. Now, I'm not taking anything away from S-Works, and I'm not taking.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Because, hey, S-Works gave him quality cars.
Yes.
He won
But
with.
just it's a difference from being at that track and having input from 20 to 30 guys at all different various. Maybe you don't get all the input, but you know what I mean.
But I was there with them 2 years ago at Silver State.
Yes.
When Elliott Boots and him were there, and Boots won, the Silver.
I know.
Those two worked really good together.
Yeah.
And
You
they made
need that.
They made their cars really good there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, last year, if Boots, and Cav could have got together and ran some more, would it have been a different, direction? I don't think so. I think Cav is to the point where he realized that coming back to TLR is probably the best thing for him.
I think it was the best thing for him as well.
I think it's a great thing for TLR. I think it's a good thing for Dakota and him, because now they're going to push each other with equal equipment. Okay. Dakota's cars are going to be prepared a little bit better than his, because I out prepare Lewis all day long.
Right.
But I'm just kidding. But, equipment wise, they're going to be equal. They're going to have the same stuff, and they're going to be able to go out and they're going to be able to race.
Yep. And
they're going to race each other. And Cav's got a lot of stuff to prove. He's got a chip on his shoulder.
Yep.
Even though he doesn't have a chip on his shoulder, he's got a chip on his shoulder.
He doesn't actually need to have a chip on his shoulder, because he's more decorated than anybody out there at the corner.
He's, if not the greatest, one of the greatest to ever race an RC car.
Yep. But I love him. I like it. He's got a chip on his shoulder. I heard he was practicing after the race at CRC.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. That shows me that he wants to do it.
Well, he wants to learn. He says, I still have things to learn. I mean, I talked to him. They went and ran last weekend, the other day. And, I talked to Dunford about it. And I mean, he said, yeah, by the end of the day, he was feeling a little more, comfortable and stuff. But you got to remember, there's nuances on everything. We have, I'm giving Dakota a brand new car.
Right.
For the warm-up race. And I mean, I'm not talking about just a brand new car. I'm a totally different setup car.
Right. I know what you mean.
That I've been testing, along with Dunford. We've been, the guys have been testing parts and stuff like that. And we're always working towards making our cars better. And I mean, you never know when a new, evolution of the 8X is coming.
Right.
Right. But you do know that, that we're always working and we're always trying to improve. And I mean, we found some major improvements, and Dakota hasn't driven these improvements yet.
Mm-hmm.
I have.
I'm gonna have to come DNC. I think I'm gonna have to come DNC her if
Well,
it happens.
I just know that my car before last year's DNC was good.
Okay.
And then we proved that, with the setup wise, that it was good at the race. My car now is the best car I've ever driven. Okay, for an A-scale car.
Interesting. Are you going to be racing DNC?
No.
As well? Okay, just there as a mechanic.
No. I told you, big races.
Right.
Dakota wants me to race.
Where was you?
I don't want to race.
Yeah, well, you're going to be busy anyway.
I still have the mentality, and I will always have the mentality of a pro racer when I go there. If I'm not prepared enough to go, I'm not going to go.
Understandable.
And for me, being prepared is running every single weekend. And with COVID, I can't go and do that. I can't trust everybody out there. I mean, I may not be at DNC this year.
Right. I understand. I
Dakota will be
understand.
there. I may not be there.
Understandable.
I'll be there in
Right.
spirit and in everything else. But I can tell you going there that his cars are prepared properly and
Right.
they're ready to go. And we'll see. Like I told him for this weekend, he's coming out for this weekend to go to the warm-up race. And I said, your job's not to win this race.
To
Your
learn.
job is to make sure your car is broken in properly and your drivetrain's broken in properly. And your job is to win the DNC race.
Well, he's gonna want to win the warm up. Everybody wants to win the warm up.
See, I never wanted to win warm-up races.
I love it.
I never wanted to win warm-up races. I always just wanted to go and test. And I mean, I led warm-up races for world championships, and they have an A main practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
For like a practice race and then warm-up races for worlds.
Right.
And no one's ever won the warm-up for Cleveland and then won Cleveland, and people would just pull off on the last lap leading, just knowing that they because they would never win.
Right.
So
I get that.
yeah.
All right. Well, a couple more questions, then we're gonna wrap it up here.
You're killing me, Smalls.
I know. I can see your back's hurting. You've been sitting up there. I know. It's late. I'm gonna have to sneak home. Her 8:25. Her quick questions. Would you like to see? I would like to see it. I would like to see more charisma, more personality, more attitude in RC. Would you like to see somebody probably with a similar attitude towards yours, but maybe embracing it a bit more and making like me? I want to see that guys and come like exactly what you say.
But I think you
Come in
see it.
second.
I think you see that attitude. Okay.
Not
No,
I do.
I think you do. I just don't think people see it.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, there are a couple people out there that I feel have that same kind of killer instinct inside mental attitude,
Right.
but don't show it on the outside while walking back to the pits. But if they got behind closed doors, you would see it.
Right. I think that's because we're just so PC and RC. I think we should show people that because I mean we show it on the real side, like on the full scale side. Maybe okay, not exactly going into somebody's, but I mean, yeah, we're talking about racing. You just lost or you could have won.
But here's the difference, okay? Here's the biggest difference between RC and the real side. A real side driver, okay?
Yes.
On the real side throws a helmet at another driver's car
Mm-hmm.
or something, or goes over and pushes them and gets fined $50,000.
Right.
The team gets fined whatever, $50,000, whatever. Okay. In RC, somebody gets a paycheck held out for them for a month. That's a lot of chunk of change where
Right.
$50,000 is nothing to the person who makes over $1 million a year.
This is true. I'm not saying we
But
should
what
go
you
out there.
find an RC guy $5, $10, because that's about where you're equaled out. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. I get that. I don't want to see obviously I don't want to see physical altercations, but I'm talking more you was openly confident. Does that make sense? Like when you could come in and say, "Hey, who's
I was a
coming?"
dick.
Right, right. But I want somebody. I'm not saying I want people to be a dick. Like they got to be nice to new people and all that type of stuff, but not to their competition. I don't want like I really would like if I could sign a top guy, I would be like, okay, I give you free. All right, now let's not. I don't give you free reign, but let's have some imagination and bring some. I want to see more charisma and more excitement in that side of RC. I think we desperately need it. Like just characters, like like it or not, you was Barry Baker, the fabulous one. You know what I mean? And then you had Quartz, who was the bad boy of RC for one time.
Here's a question I have for you, and you can ask multiple people in the industry from all over the place. Okay,
Mhm.
without my attitude, okay, without the crap that I caused throughout, with my credentials and everything, would I have been one of the best racers to ever race RC?
That's true. That's true.
Right? But I'm not mentioned in any of those.
Right. I rem
conversation,
I
okay? Because all they remember is Barry broke his hand,
mhm.
Barry did this. You could do 1,000 good things in this industry, 1,000, and you do one bad thing, and that's all people talk about.
It's funny because I'm gonna come back from that interview again. I remember you said in 2000, I think it was in 2002, I won this, I won that, I won that, I won every national out there, I won this, I won that, and I for sure thought I was gonna be the reader's choice for the reader. You know, I think he was talking to Derek and the Reader's Choice Awards
Yeah.
for, and it ended up being Adam Drake. And you're like, this guy just won DNC. I won every one word race out there in America.
I don't even
But
think he won DNC. I just think he had the most advertisements in RC car action by
right,
Trinity and everybody else. But you know what? But to this day, Adam's still Adam. He's
right,
still the same person.
right.
Just the other day, we're at the track, tunes my engine, like walks up and goes, and he did the break in. I think that's a great thing. If anybody has engine stuff to do,
Mhm.
do the Drake in stuff. I mean, he's there 100% supportive and everything. I mean, I had this engine broken in. I just wanted to try it. And I was having this weird thing happening with the needle. And he comes over, and within 2 minutes, my engine's like running perfect. I know engines.
Mhm.
He knows engines. There's a
Right.
difference.
He told Joseph once, learn to tune. It was so
Right.
funny.
But I mean, it was like amazing. And this engine was like perfect. But
Mhm.
you know, and then I sent him an email the next day, and I'm like, thanks. And he's like, anytime.
Yeah.
It's just that's what he does. He
Mhm.
he will never change. He's that kind of a person. He's got killer mental attitude when it comes to racing. He hates to lose, but you never see that.
No, never. He does not show any emotion. He's very good at
I
that.
mean, there's an old saying that I heard a long time ago that I would love to put onto a shirt or something, but I can't remember who I heard it or where I heard it from, but it's something that stuck with me for a very long time. It's I hate to lose more than I love to win.
Oh my gosh, that's a good statement. All right, last couple questions. What do you think about our industry right now? And what would you like to change? And can we make RC more popular to get more people into it? RC racing.
I think there's too many big races. I think too many people rely promoters
Hmm.
are trying to put all these big races out there because they realize that they can make a lot of money in their pocket, even though they say they don't make anything off the races. That's
They
you
wouldn't
wouldn't
do it if they couldn't make
you wouldn't
money.
be doing it if you're not making money. Okay.
Hmm.
Uh, but I think there's too many races, too many big races. I think regional racing needs to come back. I think that's a big thing. Rhonda's been a big proponent of Rhonda Drake.
Collaboration.
She club racing,
Yep.
and I would love to see club racing come back. I mean, there is a good club crowd and things like that, but I think that needs to come back. I think the paid racer. I think that you need to be established. You need to have a reason why to be paid as you're a representative of the company. You're not just out on the track racing a stock motor around the track. I don't think anybody who races in stock racing should be paid.
Yeah, I would agree with you there.
I don't think there should be bonuses for stock racing.
It should be the
I don't.
amateur class. Amateur. That should be your stepping stone.
Well, no, I'm just saying that these companies are putting out money. And I mean, people who are going to listen to this are going to call me a jerk for saying that, but I think it's the God's honest truth. I don't think in my opinion, I think that these people are ruining racing.
Hmm.
Going to the track, and I mean, it's like, how do you sell a motor that's $170 and you
Right.
tell them that $100 is because of the labor that you put into it?
Yeah, I get that.
And then they have these motors that are like, the top 1% or the top 2% of these motors, and these are, the reason why you're paying this much money. Well, get a better manufacturer that makes all the motors the same.
Yeah. Or go to handout motors for these
Yeah.
races.
Oh, I think every single if I held a stock race, okay,
Mhm.
you literally would unsolder your motor after the run, you would put it in a barrel. The next race, somebody else would come up, or
Pick
you
it
would
up.
come up for your next race, and you would pull into a barrel and pull out another motor and go solder it in. And you'd have to work, I know that's a lot of work and everything, but I mean, it's like that's how it should be. I mean, stock racing is supposed to be spec for a reason.
Yep.
There's nothing spec out of it when you're charging batteries at 70 amps and you're ruining batteries. And the only people that are going fast are these factory drivers that have access to brand new batteries every single race. Okay. How is that helping the industry?
Not at all, because it's not an entry level class, and that's what stock should be.
It should be. It should be. And then all these drivers that race in the expert and pro class at their club races, but then when a big race comes around, I'm going to be a sportsman because I
Yeah.
want a trophy.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that, I mean, we're never going to get rid of classes in America anyway.
You think so?
No, I don't. I think it's just too well ingrained. There are people, for instance, I like to toot, but people that went to the RCGP in that's where you had in California in 2019.
Yep.
A lot of them came out of there amazed at the amount of runtime they could get running one class. They got more runtime running one class there than they did at good running 3 classes at DNC and all these. But I mean runtime. I mean quality out there on the clock, knowing your time runtime, like practice sessions, qualifying, all that type of stuff.
Who got the most amount of runtime?
The RC2 guys who raced the RCGP. Oh, the guy who won, obviously.
No.
Who?
No, the pro guys.
Oh, well, they had 2 races.
Yeah,
It's 2 different races.
but the guys who don't pay for anything, they don't
Right,
pay for their entry fee. They don't pay for this. They don't
Right.
pay. Why are they getting the most amount of runtime? Why?
Because the point was to pull out the pro guys. But I get it. I get what you're saying.
You said what's going to make it better? How about the people that pay for their stuff?
Yeah, they got a shit ton of runtime.
They're the ones who should be getting the runtime. They're the ones who should be getting this stuff.
I agree, but they got plenty of runtime. It's just that the pro race was only those 12 drivers, and they had to run them. That's just the way. But I'm just saying, the people in the RC2 class,
2 drivers out there, and it would have been the same result.
but I understand that. I'm just trying to say the RC2 class, people couldn't understand that they could get so much quality track time from one class, and with spec tires, so it made it even cheaper.
Yeah, but another thing is if you had the other classes, people would have had more quality time. That's what I'm trying to say. They're thinking it's going to be better. The only reason why they didn't do that is because you don't have truggy.
No, but that's the whole point. The point was to have,
but
like,
in DNC, you're going to get the same amount of track time.
You don't. We added up the minutes, man. We added up the practice time and everything.
The reason why you're not.
The reason why people write the class is because they have another chance to win a trophy.
Entries.
Right. But
okay.
We don't. The thing wasn't about getting entries. The thing
promoters want, because they make more money.
I know that, but the point of RCGP was not to make money. It in fact lost money.
Maybe it needed to make money. So then keep going.
I know, but they are going to keep going. But I agree with you. I 100% agree with you, man. We have too many classes.
You're getting me fired up over.
After 2.5 hours, you're firing up. No, I'm only joking.
Well, no, I'm getting fired up because these are the kind of stuff you asked me. How do you improve RC?
Mm-hmm.
I think RC is in a downwards. I think it's.
I agree with you.
How do I say this? Because of the when I started racing, there was stock and there was modified. I think we went through this 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. Okay, there was stock and there was modified. There was not this. There was a rookie class.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then there was stock and there was modified. There was no intermediate, no beginner, no sportsman, no this, no that, no anything. Stock and modified. Okay, there was at a stock national. Okay, the one that Rossetti won up in Northern California. Okay, I think it was, or Washington or something. There was like a double R main. That means A through Z, double A through double R.
No way. That's incredible. That's where the money is.
350 entries in one stock class.
Right. Not participants.
Not participant. No, that is participants in one stock class.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
And because we brag about entries.
How many times have you seen How many times have you seen there were 200 entries at this race? 74 people.
I agree with you because we use that entries thing. It's a placebo to boost
Right.
our ego to tell us that RC is doing good because we had 500 entries in there, but it was the same 225 people running 3 classes or
Right.
more.
Right.
So we are in a downward spiral, but people just, to me, it feels like we put our heads in the ground and we just say we're not gonna we're doing all right when we like if we really look at it, RC racing is
It's fake news.
yeah. Here we go. It's feelings, not facts. The facts is that tracks are closing on. There are less people racing. Racing is expensive. The tire game's crazy. Track, all
But
this
you know
type of
what?
stuff.
You talk to Associated, you talk to Horizon, you talk to
They're fine
well, they're doing great. It's the
because
best year they've ever had. Want to
because
know
they
why?
have the basher side.
What's that?
They have the basher crawling, all that side. That's
They
why.
have all that side. But the hobby shops aren't the ones. The online shops are making money,
Yes.
but the local hobby shop isn't because the local hobby shop has to close down.
Yep.
But the online shop doesn't have to close
Because
down.
it doesn't have the overhead that they do.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
I agree.
So,
And
I
that's
mean,
where we lose a lot because I said something today. I said club racing's for new people to learn how to race and for you to enjoy yourself and have fun, not big races. Big races, I said this. I said club racing should be for people to get into RC to learn it and you to have fun. And big races we should use to promote RC to new people. But the promoters aren't interested in that. So, that's a whole nother spiel for another thing. But yeah, man, we definitely need to make some changes in RC and we need to stop saying it's okay and fooling ourselves with numbers of entries and start looking at the numbers of participants because that tells the real story in my opinion.
I agree.
All right, well,
I mean, I'm not opposed to these other classes and everything. I mean, and then you get people that are like, okay, like myself or somebody racing the over 40 class a few years ago. How do you sandbag an age class?
I don't know, but I mean,
I mean, they had the Legends class at DNC a few years ago. Okay. And the Legends class, but then they dropped down the age to bring in all the fast guys still that could make the A in the other class. It's like
right. I remember JQ was supposed to
all
run
that
that.
is all that is to give you more track time.
Yeah, because what
Okay.
what if you could get more track time from running one class?
But then everybody was pissed off at Adam at DNC
I
racing,
know.
the over 40. But how do you
Police
stop
that.
that?
Yeah, you can't. He's over
There's
40.
there's only one way you stop that. Okay. That if you race over 40, you cannot race in an expert or pro class. Okay. Because those over 40 guys, okay, only want to race. I mean, most of the over 40 guys, other than a Richard, myself, or Adam, are all intermediate guys anyway.
Right. Right.
Okay. And I consider myself, if I was to race in the intermediate class, I don't think I could win.
It's not
I think
easy.
no, but I think I'd be probably top 5, but at
Right.
least I'm honest about that.
Right. I know what you mean.
Okay. Like Paul Ciccarello. Okay. He's racing in the pro classes, which I respect.
Mhm.
And then he raced in the over 40 and does well in the over 40. And if he makes the A in the pro classes on the East Coast, it's great. But at a big race, he's usually in the B or the C,
Right.
but that's cool. But at
Mhm.
least he's doing it because he wants to maximize his track time.
Right.
Okay. But if you asked him why he's not racing intermediate, he's like, I'm a sponsored guy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Maybe he
But
doesn't.
would
He
he,
feels
but
he
would he
doesn't.
race intermediate? Probably, because he knows that that's about the level where he should be.
Greg always talks about he's going to race open next time at DNC.
Greg will
Well,
never be
expert.
able to race open because you want to know why?
Why is that?
He's got the same issue that I have with a Jimmy or a Joey or somebody like that. We've done too much in this industry for them to ever let us run a different class than the pro class.
Right.
I could be 80 years old and not driven for the last 30 years, and I will still be known from Jimmy, and he will not let me run an intermediate class.
But I come on. We'll talk about 20, 10, 15, 20 years after you guys peak. I think you should be. I don't know. That's why we have the over 40 class too, for you guys
But
to
I
compete.
but I'm also when they come down to it, they say, "Are you a sponsored racer?" I mean, I am, and I'm not. I have
Yeah.
a,
Right.
am I sponsored for racing, or am I sponsored because I'm consulting to help other things?
Right. So yeah,
Why
I get
do
it.
why do I get product?
Hmm.
So how do you answer that? Because if I'm not a chassis sponsor at all, I could be able to race sportsmen under the technicality.
Well, but let's be honest. I think that's a dumb rule because everybody's sponsored nowadays, and sponsorship does not dictate the level of your talent, of your ability.
Do you have a credit card? Because you
Yes.
can be sponsored.
Unfortunately, this is the
No,
way.
it's the way of the world. Can
I
I get a
know.
50% deal? Here's my credit card.
Yeah.
Sure.
Unfortunately. We have to figure that's never going anywhere, but and so that's one of my I mean, even though I have to do it because I'm part of that problem, but I didn't make the game. I'm just playing it, but I tried to give my guys some value for
But it's
their
the people who keep playing the game and keeping it going are the problem.
this is true.
When is the industry going to get together and say, okay,
No, it takes the industry to get together. I think I would love for the managers, just the team managers to get together and establish some rules. And what I mean by rules, just simple
well, they
rules.
tried to, but now you have all these subcontractor sponsorships.
Oh,
I mean, we
it's
got
weird.
all these smaller companies that have race teams now that are getting
Every
help from the bigger companies.
This is true. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying. And what are they doing? They're sponsoring stock guys.
Hmm.
It's another way to get a big company to run stock drivers.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's right. We
I mean,
stock should be
Alan Horn did it. Alan Horn did it the right way with factory tracks.
right.
Okay. He got his local up and comers to support factory tracks, the race team. And he
Hmm.
got them help and said, I can get you better prices and stuff, but let's support,
Right.
this and let's do the local stuff. And I mean, the look who's gone through the factory tracks team and have graduated to factory teams.
Right.
Okay.
Aiden Horn just moved up, I believe.
Rennerneck.
He did. He did. Okay, I didn't know that.
He's done that stuff. I mean, I'm just saying that
Right.
maybe Rennerneck didn't, but I know he was on. Alan and I talked about
I
this.
think Drayton was a part of the team too.
But I'm
Drayton.
just saying, yeah. And I mean, look at Drayton. Drayton realized, hey, I'm too good for stock. Let me move up to modified. And I almost won this race.
Yeah. Well, see, with Drayton, he went to mod 2 years ago and he didn't do well.
Right. And then he
went back to
dropped
stock.
back down.
And that's when I found out that stock people get paid. Like,
Right.
I didn't know that. Like, and
But I'm just saying that there's these companies out here that, first off, I don't know how they can afford to pay people, but they're paying people, so they must be living off of like shoestrings right now. And then they're going to go and they're going to sponsor all these people. Well, are all these people 100% sponsored, or is this just another way for a company to get a
right.
contracted customer?
I understand that, man. I don't know, man. The one thing I do know is that we need more people racing RC cars.
Yep.
And I don't care how we do that.
COVID's not helping right now.
Right.
There are a lot of people that are not going to the track because of COVID, and there's also people that are going to the track. Now, all these people that don't believe COVID can get spread in an RC racetrack need to, take a reality check on this stuff. These people who are going to these 300, 400 entry races, okay, and saying, oh my gosh, the COVID's not real and it's just a hoax, and, we're not going to do this and we're not going to do that. How about Charlie Barnes, who passed away? Okay. Because
I didn't know, but rest in peace to him.
yes,
I saw that.
But do you know he contracted COVID at a Toys for Tots race he held?
No, I didn't.
From another RC racer that also passed away.
Wow. That's a shame, man. And here I am. I get excited about these races.
All it takes is one person.
Yes.
One person. Okay. And everybody says, oh, you're living in fear, you're living in this, you're living in that. You know what? Charlie Barnes had some underlying health issues. I have underlying health issues.
Mhm.
Okay. These new variants and everything. I go to the track, I stop by to go pick up a part, and I look around, and 2% of the people are maybe wearing a mask, and nobody's enforcing it. The track owners aren't enforcing it. Track owners barely, doing it because they need the business.
Yeah. It's such a this is I try not to get onto those things, but it's just creating more division. You know what I mean? And I like her. We can't do anything here in the Dominican Republic, a third world country. These people, like people here know, you can't go into any business without a mask on. You can't even really be walking the streets without a mask on. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
that's how it is, and people do it. I mean, we all have to look out for each other. I understand what you mean, man, because I'm
I want to
deciding.
be there. I want to go race.
Right.
I want to do this. But you know what? I can't jeopardize the research group that I work for at Caltech
Mhm,
to do that. I have been tested 11 times,
mhm.
okay, in the last 3 months.
Wow.
11 times. And I've been negative every single time. But we've had people that have tested positive that I have been in contact with that, but I didn't catch it.
Right.
Okay, but they tested positive. And I mean, I'm just saying that it's that one time that you do catch it or that something happens. I mean, I was an essential worker when the whole shutdown happened. I was at work every single day. And I mean, to be able to miss all this stuff, and I mean, for the racers to go out and I mean, quite honestly, they're putting their life on the line every time they're going to these races.
You know, I think if we all just kind of respected each other and abided by rules for each other, even if you may not believe in that stuff, but just to make other people, I don't know, man. We just don't have that issue here, like with people not wanting to wear masks and all that type of stuff. We just don't have it. People just wear it
Because
and
your
do what
people
they say.
respect your government
Well,
and they
well,
respect
they
people
also said they also might throw you in jail here if you don't do it. So,
well,
but,
exactly.
you know,
But in the United States, they're too afraid to upset anybody.
right?
And
I
there's too much division in the United States.
I
It's,
agree. I
it's
agree.
like Gord Tessman said. He goes, they're very welcoming to welcome everybody into the country.
Hmm.
Where Canada's like stay out.
Right.
So he says that he's going to come here and run down here for like a month
Right.
with Ty, because if he goes home, he has to quarantine for 2 weeks. If he
Yep.
doesn't quarantine, they can get into massive federal trouble.
Yeah.
They don't have
Yeah.
that rule in the United States. In the United States, you could fly in from a different country and they'd be like, "Hey, why don't you go over here today?"
Well, I mean, I have to fly in from a different country as well. I hope we can get this because I love racing and I want to get to racing, and I hope we can all just fucking get through this COVID shit, come together somewhat, because the one common thing that we do enjoy is RC racing,
Yeah, I agree.
and do it
I
all
want to
together.
see I want to see all my friends. I
Yeah.
want to see, there's so many, the RC industry has given me so much in life, and I can never, this is me wanting to pay back to be there with people at the races and stuff and help out, because I didn't do it when I
Right.
should have been doing it.
I get it.
And now I see that, and I want to build it up, and I want to make RC better than it's ever been.
I want to
Okay?
make it. I want
And
to
I
make
want
it better with you.
I want to be involved with it to make it better. And, being in the position I'm in TLR, I feel like, everybody that's involved between, Todd and Thomas and Ryan and Frank and Mike Mellon and Mike Holtzclaw and, and all the other engineers and everybody there and the team drivers and everything, we're making TLR better as a
It's definitely
collective group. It's not just one person. Not one person that made the difference, but it's somebody that saw a vision, okay, 3-4 years ago and started the ball rolling, and it all trickles down from the top.
Mhm.
You know, the decisions that Todd has made, the decisions that he's been brought upon to him, he's got to give the go ahead.
Right.
Okay. So if you give any of the credit to anybody, you give it to Todd at first. Because Todd's in charge of these people who are in charge of these people who are in charge of these people. So it all flows down from the top. But you know who doesn't take the credit? Todd. And that shows you a good manager.
Right.
A good person who knows how to delegate authority, who knows how to put the right people in the right positions, and if they're not in the right positions, how to rectify the situation. And
Well,
now we're starting to see the fruits of their labor.
I think they are, because it was for the 3 or 4 years that I've been going to these races and stuff like that. I've been to the RC way longer than that, but actually going to these races, 2019, 2020, and obviously going into this year with I just think TLR is back like how they used to be back in the 90s, like, or when they were, well, 99, you know what I mean, back when the AETLR beef was at its height.
You got to remember, at that time, those were the only real two teams.
Well, I mean, there are some other teams, but I definitely, like I told you, man, I think TLR is going to be a force to reckon with in 21.
Yeah, but all the best drivers were on those teams.
Right.
Now you don't have a 5-man best team anymore. You have maximum 2 people on any team.
Well, on 8 scale,
You tell me.
I think Tekno's got it. Tekno's got 4 guys that will be in A-mains at almost every major event they can go to.
How many of them can win?
3. Okay, 1 can win. 2 have to prove themselves. I agree with you, and I also think they go into 2021 with 4.
Nothing against Joe. I think Joe's awesome.
I do too, but he should be winning races by now.
I think Joe could be in the right position to win races.
Mhm.
There's only one on that team that is in contention at every single race.
That's Tebow. I agree. I agree with you.
Now let's go AE.
No, they are lacking. If they don't bring, they have Spencer and 8 skill. They have Spencer. They have Spencer, and they have yes, they don't not like they don't have the they can have Ongaro, but he's in Italy. You know what I mean? And he has yet to really win on U.S. soil against these guys. So I agree with you. You guys have got them in 8 scale.
No, I'm not even saying.
Right, I agree with you. They have Rivkin, then they have guys like Brunson and Lisa. They're fast, but not.
We may have 2 that could win races.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we may have 2 that are that are proven winners. Okay, they're not even the favorite. Who's the best A scale racer
right now? Right now, at this current time, I would have to say Mayfield. No, but I think the true number 1 is Ronafalk, but I think Mayfield's the top driver right now. He just won SIC.
I think you could take 5 guys, put them in a hat,
and toss
and race 10 times, and each one of them would win 2. Maybe one of them would win 3 times.
Who's your 5 guys
in A scale right now?
Yeah,
Ronafalk, Mayfield, Tebow, Dakota, and Cav.
I wouldn't disagree with you there. I wouldn't, and I would throw Ongaro in there too.
Yeah.
But,
and I think, okay, now let's go up to like 7 or 8 on Ongaro and Elliott Boots.
Yeah, Boots and Canas.
I don't think so.
He was blazingly fast at the RCGP run that I went to.
Yep, blazingly fast. Proven winner? Blazingly fast. Proven winner?
He's now
proven winner.
Yes, he won Montpellier last year.
Who was there?
Ronafalk, Badier, Ongaro.
Okay.
Yeah, Montpellier is a stacked race. Lots went. He's good, man. He's good. He's really
Okay,
good.
I'm just saying in this world right now, there's probably in the world
I,
you got to put Robert in there for top 10
I would. Okay, so yeah, top 10. It's more Europeans than Americans for me. I think.
in the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So we got Mayfield,
Ronafalk?
Tebow,
Wait,
Ronafalk,
no. Let's go European. That you say
okay,
is in the top 10.
Ronafalk, Ongaro, Boots, Canas, Battier, Barton, Barufalo.
Okay, Barufalo, incredible in qualifying.
Fast.
Will break out of every single main I've ever seen.
I agree with you, but if he could back it on, he's
Can't
untouchable.
back. We're talking proven.
I know. I'm just saying.
We're getting into this right now. You give me proven winners that are consistently that can finish races.
So we're not gonna take Barufalo, but those guys finish races, and 3 of them are world champions. And
five. I'll believe 5 out of your 6.
Okay.
Berton, I still say Berton. No.
Okay, he's a European champion.
So there's 5. Okay. Okay.
And so you have Mayfield, Cav, Tebow, Fend, and who else we got? Oh, and Cav. So that's 5. I think it's equal.
No, there was only 4. We're only up to 9.
All right, so we have Cavallari, Mayfield, Tebow. All right, so we're doing Americans now.
Okay.
Mayfield, Cav, Tebow, Fend, and who else did I say? Do we consider Tessman? Or was he a Canadian?
I consider him a Roar member, so yes, Tessman.
I would put Tessman in there too for my top 5 American guys, but there's a bunch of young guys coming up snipping at heels. But once again, we're
talking proven,
right? But it's not their time. Their time will come,
right?
But proven, yeah, I think those are the top 10 guys. I think you could take those top 10 guys and each one of them guys will win one race. But I think Ronafalk, Mayfield, and will win more races.
Who do I believe is the number 1 guy in the world?
Yeah, who's the number 1 guy in the world for you?
Who do I believe?
Yeah.
I have to go with my boy. I have to go with Dakota.
He has to prove himself too.
Yeah, you're right.
He has to prove himself, and he can do it in 8 skill. He has to just stay together, and he can do it.
I believe it. But you know what? If I don't have belief in him as the number 1 guy,
then you ain't doing it.
Then I'm not doing my job.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love this discussion. But real quick, one last question before I go. Nickname, fabulous one. How long have you had it? How did you get it?
1992. Was it 92? Yeah, 1992. I was racing at the 10 scale on-road worlds at the Ranch Pit Shop in Pomona, and I made the main. And during the introduction, John Thawley, God rest his soul, was the announcer, and he said, and I guess the Fabulous Baker Boys was a movie that came out a year or 2 before, and he just said the Fabulous Barry Baker. He announced it as, your 7th qualifier from, San Diego, California. And he said the Fabulous Barry Baker. And it started as the Fabulous Barry Baker. Then it went to the Fabulous one. And then it just went to Fab. And yeah, so.
That's a serious nickname to have.
Yeah.
Barry, I thank you for your time. I know we could probably chat for a couple more hours, and we have to have a part 2 of this at some point.
I don't even think we touched on any of the topics that we actually were going to touch on.
I have a whole bunch of topics here that I missed, but that's all right because that's how things go. And
I think we babbled for 3 hours and really accomplished nothing other than the last 10 minutes of arguing about established drivers.
That's usually how my life is. 3 hours of babbling and 10 minutes of serious stuff. But it's a great journey, and I love it, and I love your stories, and I love how you think in RC, man. And I'm glad you came on her because I know I was trying to get you on, and you was trying to get in contact with you. So thank you for coming on.
I just want you to edit this way down to maybe just an hour of our discussions or whatever.
It's been 3 hours. I don't edit none of that stuff.
I mean, people are going to be listening to this, and
People will enjoy this.
people won't listen to the whole 3 hours.
No, they probably won't, but they will. You know why? Because it's you, and they think they might miss something.
You just need to tell everybody the best parts, like in the last 20 minutes or whatever. But
Hey,
I just want to tell people, I mean, that are out there that have a bad perception of me. I mean, they heard me admit it throughout the whole thing. I mean, maturity, getting older, finding the right people in your life that settle you down, um, being happy with what you're doing. Those are all the things that have made me to where I am right now. And I just want people to understand that, you go to the track, I'm going to help as much as I possibly can. And whether you're running a TLR car, you're running an associated car, you're running a Mugen car, you're running, an S-Works, whatever, you need help, come and ask. I'm not going to turn you away. I'm going to be there, for support. And when we're at big races, come by, say hi. I mean, this is, I can talk, for hours with people and tell them stories and things like that. I mean, but I'm here. I want people to enjoy the hobby because it's a hobby that's given me so much in my life. And I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in right now and the happiness that I have within the industry. And I can't thank, TLR. I can't thank Todd and Kevin Gahan that gave me this opportunity to be a consultant, and the trust that Dakota and Ryan Dunford have in me to work on, with the 8 scale program, and even, Frank Root with the 10 scale program. I mean, it's really fun. And the Fullers and the Rendernecks and, Cav coming on, I think, we have a really good team. But, for everybody out there that don't really know me and just heard stories about how much of a jerk I was and loudmouth and everything, I was. It's the truth. Everything you heard is the truth. It's not, it's not a lie. But the people who can admit it and the people who can accept it, are the people that I still talk to all the time. And I mean, I still have some really good friendships because of this. So
awesome people, man. I've met so many good people in RC in my time. I'm friends with to this day. So I know
yeah,
all
but
about.
I also say this, Keenan, you gotta really you gotta understand this. In the RC industry, I have a couple handfuls of friends, but I have hundreds and hundreds of acquaintances.
Yeah, I
People
can.
who say that, hey man, I met you back, we're friends. We're not friends, we met,
Yeah,
you know. But my true friends, I still, gosh, I just talked to Cyril and Lemieux over Christmas break, during Christmas, called them up
yeah.
and them and just,
Are they
eh,
still doing RC things too, or are they
uh,
completely out?
Josh is making lakes for his daughters to skate on for ice skating.
Right.
Lemieux, owns, RC Gravity and owns, Motive RC, and he's doing great with it.
Okay.
So yeah,
That's good
but
to see.
I mean, just all the stuff, and I appreciate everybody, that's listening and wants to reach out or, say hi. I mean, I'm always here. So, and I appreciate you having me on. And I know
Thank
this
you
took
for your
almost
time.
a year,
I
you know,
know, but it's good. It's worth it. It's worth it.
hopefully one of these days we can do a live and
We
just
can definitely do one.
have people come in and ask questions, because that's the fun part, is when people ask you questions and they ask you the ones and you're like, wow, that's a good question.
You know
You know,
what? We're gonna hold you to that. We're gonna do a live this week. Maybe after DNC, we can do. No, fuck, that's a long time away. We can do that before DNC. Actually, what am I talking about?
Whatever, you just get a hold of me. You know,
All right.
you got me.
Hey, you know what, man? And one thing I picked up from this conversation, and I hope it happens because I know you have a lot of respect for him. I hope the day comes that you and Clifflet can shake hands again and talk about old times. I do, because I can hear in your voice the respect you have for him. So I hope that happens, man. I think you're on a great path. Like, I honestly, if I'd have known you back then, we probably would have gotten a fight. But because I
Well,
just
we still
didn't.
may.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. It ain't gonna be a good looking fight. We're both fat and we're both like just not on one arm. But I can see where you learn from that. Like, you know what I mean? Where you matured and now it's made you the man that you are. And I think you're absolutely, the time I've spent with you in the pits has been hilarious. You've always been nice to me. I always joke with you and talk about Greg and stuff like that. But I think I do hope that happens for you, because I think that would
Thanks.
be some closure for you. So I hope that
Yeah, I've
happens.
tried. I mean, I'm just. We'll see. We'll see.
And thank you, because you may have been a dick and all this type of stuff, but you made a contribution to RC, and RC probably wouldn't have been the same without Barry Baker in it.
Well,
That's
I appreciate that, but let's move forward and let's keep going, and hopefully,
But I'm not picking Fenn for DNC. Sorry.
that's okay.
I'm gonna pick Cav. But you'll see.
I mean, it's great for TLR. Even though one of us wins, and I think Dakota would even feel this way because Dakota spent a very long time developing and dealing with cars, whether they're good or bad.
Mhm.
So a win, sure, he wants to win, but he's also
Team effort.
yeah, it's going to be a very, very big team effort, and I think that it can happen.
That's how
So
it's supposed to be, man. That's what
yep.
it's about. All right, Barry. Well,
Bye,
thank you
bud.
for your time, buddy. And I will be in contact with you. And good luck at the warm up and have fun. And
Thanks, man.
thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
All right. Bye bye. So that ends our podcast for this week, guys. Thank you for all the continued support. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you to Barry Baker for his time. Thank you to Joseph for his time, even though he was in a little, a little pissy attitude. But that's Joseph. We got some action out of him. Thank you guys, man. Honestly, we want to make 2021 really awesome, and we're trying to make things entertaining and bring you guys the latest news. And honestly, we can't do it without you guys' support. So thank you to all the hashtag NNRC Squad around the world. Keep sharing this podcast. Like us on Instagram, please. Let's boost that. Follow us on Instagram, sorry. And most important, please go to our YouTube channel. The link will be in this written description in the podcast. Everything's in the written descriptions. Go to our YouTube channel, give us a like. Give us a sub, give us a like, a comment, and hit that notification button, man. We're trying to get, grow this channel as well as Joseph, so we can start pushing out content, and not just for you guys, not just for the RC community, but I hope this content helps bring new people in once they get that taste and they get right into it. So that's our goals. And, we all collectively need to grow RC together. So just please go to that YouTube channel, help us out there, and just share it. And hey, thank you to all the patrons on Patreon that support us. We can't do it without you guys. If you wish, you help me buy new equipment, you help keep some bills paid. So thank you for going the extra mile. You guys get extra early releases, special giveaways, and stuff like that. If you wish to be a patron of the podcast, it's greatly appreciated. Every little bit helps. The link to become a patron is in the written description of this podcast. So thank you to that. And shout out to all of the awesome sponsors and companies that choose to support the podcast. They are Beach RC, Mayako, Beach RC, Tekno RC, RCMX Online, JQ Racing, love all my JQ Racing family, Sun City RC Racing, RC Raceway, Manscaped.com. Remember the promo code and the links for that is in the written description as well. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, check them out. Show Scooter some love. Link and promo code is in the description. Racecraft USA, my boy, I love how they're doing things over there. Out of the box advertising, keep it up. Racecraft USA, yeah, dude, and all the guys there, good stuff. Get yourself a command module. Wally Builds, show Wally some love. He co-hosts with the podcast. He's good. I appreciate the support. JQ Threads, check them out. Big shout out to G-Spec Tuning, Clean Freak, and the Zoo Racing anti-racism movement. I really like that. Remember, I think we can all stand behind. Besides that, hashtag say no to racism and hashtag re-races1. I like that. And happy birthday to the Wing again, man. I know it's probably not your birthday now. And I just can't, hey, thank you guys for all the support. Tune into our live tonight. Thank you. It should be fun, and we look forward to your phone calls and everything. And hey, man, remember, nitro is the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. And hey, send it without responsibility. Be safe. Wear masks. Wash your hands. Be safe for yourself. Be safe for everybody. And hey, let's try and make 2021 a better year for RC in general, a better year, period, for everybody. And hopefully we can come together as an RC community and just hopefully grow our industry even more. And yeah, that's all I want to do, man. I just want to make things awesome in RC. Thank you guys for your support. And you know what? See you guys tonight. Lefty out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.
That wasn't so bad.